Alrighty, let's get things going. Hello, hello. Just getting things all set up. And of course, we're gonna go do my quick bazaar VP portal thing. Aw, I used bazaar and back and I lost my location. No. That's okay. I can get there pretty easily. Expedition, port. And we'll run over there real quick. I think I'm gonna stop using my epic for a bit. Hey, dragon. Stop using the Wiz epic. I want to test the viability of what I'm working on now. Speaking of, I just picked up Armored Protection APE for one of the wrists. So I can take that off the list. And I need an APE for the robe. Now I can take that off the list. And I now have an APE, APL for all sorts of slots. Let's do the ring. Wait, the ring's EHL. No, APL for legs. Cool. Good to go. And then, yeah. So, yeah. How's it going, guys? Hope you're doing well. I'm going to be answering a question real quick that somebody had, specifically about confusion about Jamfist. There was some clarity questions. So we'll go look at that here. And then we'll see if we can find some Elder Flame Protectors on the way. Rude. Okay. So we've got a Frenzied Rachnor and a Cinder Skywing and another Cinder Skywing and a Azure Skywing and with that Cinder over there, and we'll con ourselves. Okay. Then we're going to go ahead and improve Frenzied. Am I literally getting interrupted so much that I can't even cast one spell? What the hell? There we go. Okay. and I'm apparently being called. I am not at a good time to answer my phone. Who even called me? An phone number I don't even know. So we'll see if they leave a voicemail. Yay, Sapphire of Insight. Something I totally don't need. So, let's go on to the conversation. We're going to switch over to full screen, and let's look at this chat. So, specifically, there was a topic about level override being intended to be used that way. Sinan mentioned specifically okay. I think if this were true, the level difference component of resist, but character level would for sure. There's a lot of conversation. And I'm being quoted. Okay. It's a little hard to follow. I'm trying to understand everything that's going on. So basically, there's some conversations going on about Jamfest and its perks. And there's some cool side effects of Jamfest, but I don't think resists specifically are the focal point. The section about adjust resist chance based on level monitor makes it sound like it's intended to work this way. I don't know where this is. It's a little hard to follow. And yes, I do need to spell OGS. I think this from Oswald is where some of this challenges, which I think I actually covered in my resist check thing. Which what I basically said is that Jamfest I'm trying to catch up and exactly understand what's being discussed. But in summary, a thing I heard was that dispelling Inaruk and getting the DS removed was easier for bards. And when I looked into this, I wrote up my conclusions inside the game mechanics section in THJ Wiki. Can be seen here. Since Jamfest impacts your caster level, this makes landing dispels potentially easier. This aligns with what's his face's? I don't know his name. Something with an S. This aligns with Cian's note. Here. And yep, I agree. Resist rates specifically on songs landing aren't impacted by Jamfest. It's just impacting scale, just like I think the part that may have been confusing is that dispelling mobs and landing spells on mobs are two entirely different logic / formulas. Okay, let me double check. Yep. I agree, with what Sinzen said, and I came to a similar conclusion. The only real beneficial thing you can leverage to impact resist rates is one, use spells with naturally high resist mods. 2, debuff the mob's resists. Bellow, Tashani, Malo, Sense, etc. So everyone lands more successfully. 2 or 3, boost your HCHA. 10 HCHA is equiv of putting a -10 resist to all on a mob. And 4, for Focus of Arcanum can impact resist mods. It's a randomized AA for amount. But I don't believe any specific passive AA Bard gets will cause spells or songs to land more often, unfortunately. It's a randomized range. Hey, Prime Time, how's it going? I'm just doing a write-up in the what does Bard bring thing. Bards bring run speed as it always been and as it always will be. But the issue with run speed is we have this going all the damn time. And this is an amazing amount of run speed. So not to say that, you know, that belittles bards. Bards are still amazing for their movement, but yeah. Anywho, I think we're all good. I think there was just a little bit of a concern about like what I've said versus what Sinan said, and I don't think anything he said was wrong. I think it was more just, I think there was a misunderstanding of what I said. So I just tried to clear it up as much as I could. But, anywho, I still think bards are amazing. Don't get me wrong. Like, I would totally be playing a bard if it fit into the kit of what I wanted. And for what I want right now, yeah. So, anyways, hi guys. Wow, I'm already up to 10 viewers, and I've just literally been replying to somebody. I hope you guys are having a good day. It's a nice Tuesday. It's awesome that I'm pretty much off work. I'm still a little bit on call, but it's definitely lowered a lot. And I got to go clean up some stuff. So today, there's 3 things I would love to do other than farm this. Obviously, I have some Vishan Peak clears to do, which I don't know if anyone's interested in doing that with me or not. It'd be good just for money, and we can rand on any of the good money loots. I can do it solo, but solo is boring. And if you can wear it, that's even better. I'd rather someone get a piece of gear than sell it. But anyways, if anyone wants to do a VP run with me, let me know. I would love to do a little bit more improvements on my THJ cast, but that's not priority. What else am I working on? I would like to actually start a build page. I'm going to double check with... Do you think it makes sense to toss a build guide into the THJ Wiki for a class? Or toss it in the Discord somewhere? I feel like the Discord is a bit overwhelming with channels and organization. That's actually a good question. So I could mark. I kind of want to buy mark NPC. I like mark. Does this now work? I don't think I can set my role in a non-group though. We'll just do health enhance. How much does this give? I'm at 93.97. Well, I have to be in a group to actually test it. So I guess we'll find out later. Something to test. Anyways, so doing my little guide would be nice. Nice with so many variables though. I'm thinking like I'll do a necro write-up and basically talk about what AAs to target, what AAs are not as useful, how to utilize, how to gear, how to grab clickies, stuff like that. Just a comprehensive step-by-step guide on specializing this class, but then when you pick 3 classes, you can eventually read guides in the similar format for all 3 classes. I'll probably self-brand it too as my guide. And other people may use the format to create other guides. You think we had two wikis, added content. I'd say game on. I don't know where else would it live outside of Wiki or Discord. I mean, yeah, so Corvianus, send me a tell, and I got to be group leader, so let me invite you. So just send me a tell and I'll group. And I'm curious if add a zone works, if nothing else. There you are. Inviting you real quick. So 9397 to 9397. Where's your zone at? You're in Nadox. It's hard for me to get to Nadox easily. Are you in a DZ? Oh, that works. What's your bazaar? Can you come to EC real quick? Or could also make it a class build section here in Discord and Wiki and just lock the class build section here to like specific contributors. Yeah, in a DZ, but my 2 hours good to go, pull after, yeah. Well, it's not a huge deal, Corv. Like we just need to be in the same group zone. Okay, so now I'm 9243. Or 9245. I probably lost hit points because of zoning and, something changed. Yeah, so now I'm 9397. So I'm back to 9397 with my click on. So let me leave the group real quick, and I just want to see how it changes. It does not. It's possible health enhance does not work. Looks like health percent is working. Because when I target a mob, you see those arrows? That usually implies that if the mob has lower health, it's going to, yeah. But normally it says 100%. Yeah. This isn't Mark, this is main assist, actually. But, interesting. Anyways, not a big deal. I was just playing around. We can go ahead and return. Yeah, thanks for testing real quick, though. I'll go ahead and leave the group. Okay, so I'm going to work on that guide real fast. It'll be kind of informal. We'll see how it evolves, and we can use that as kind of a milestone. Another thing I want to add is a other cast window. Okay, I need to not get distracted though. Oh, why did I miss that guy? Go get him. Dude, I actually really like all the spam. It's kind of cool. I do need to clean the text colors and the size and stuff like that, but one step at a time. Interesting, my delay is a little wonky, but not super bad. And there's another insight og. Okay, so necro is the only class I've not really messed with much yet. Curious what your thoughts are on like Cascade of Decay, dots in general. Dots seem less good due to the health. Yeah, dude. So that's exactly what the write-up's gonna do. I get a lot of questions, and I'd love to take all those questions and start formalizing a comprehensive guide so that I can just reference to them and use it as sort of a platform. Ah, that sucks, Divinity, getting the 25 hit point ogs. No, it's an ordeal, right? Getting ogs. Like, I'm constantly on the lookout for what I need. But that aside, let's go ahead and let's start the guide at least. So now that we know that Wiki is cool, I'm going to toss something up and we can always restructure it later. So let's do this. THJ Wiki. Make sure I got the latest. We'll start up the server. And let's figure out what we can do about it. We have classes and abilities, and then we have classes, and then we have Bard. So what I would like to do is make like guides, and then I'll be like Shin Necro. And essentially Shin's guide on Necro. Comprehensive guide on Necro stuff. Okay, so let's see what this looks like. Classes and ability, classes. Oh, guides doesn't come up. It's probably because I don't have any content yet. ASD. I might have to restart it because I restructured the folder. Let's see. Shin's guide on Necro. So it didn't actually make it a subfolder. This is usually because of a flag. There. So we'll take out all the details. The reason I also don't like guides on Discord is Discord doesn't have bookmarks very well, right? Like you can't click back and forth and have a tab dedicated to a page while you're like leveling and stuff to learn. So what I'll do instead is I'll have this guide section, which tells you every class, and then you'll have subpages, and I'm thinking something like this. Maybe something like this. Hey Darius, how's it going, dude? I think I can just do shin necro. Perfect. Just listening while at work.
Thanks for the follow, Corvanus.
Agreed on that. Plus, the Discord has so much info coming from a mess of people who do and don't always have the right answers. And, you know, I'm trying to make this a platform on the page where, like, you know, easily we can copy it into Discord. But also, I want it to be a little bit more formal. I think websites are very good for formalities. So now we just have this guide section. These shouldn't even be double hashes. We could just do like... you know, keep it nice and simple. And then you just click a link. We don't need it to be a chapter. Let's see if that fixes it. The classes, guides. It still has the collapsible tree. Let's turn that off. There we go. Let's use ChatGPT to generate our image real quick. Okay. So let's now talk about make me a fantasy photo that's realistic, inspired by EverQuest, that has a guide showing the way for adventurers. See how it does this. Taking his sweet time. I like it. Faces look AI. Oh. Damn it. Sorry, I thought I was sharing it this whole time. Thank you for the thing, Prime Time. Question, does Improve Familiar give crit damage or was it just chance? Both. Nines. The best way to kind of cross-reference this, I know this is a little abstract, but if you go to the AA page and you look for Improve Familiar, by the way, I know there's a lot of sites out there that can do what I just did, but the fact that you can just search for the word, expand it, and get all this data, oh my gosh, I love my AA page. Anyways, it doesn't give crit damage. The only thing that kind of sucks is when you look at this, it's sort of hard to distinguish all this data. But Improve Familiar, especially at max, it says this base 9, limit 112, max 10. So what this all kind of translates to is that when you max the familiar, you get a 12% increase in 12% chance to cause a crit. And I don't know if it's the base or the max. I think it's the base. I think it's a 9% increase in damage. The 9 part, so chance to crit is 12. This doesn't tell you the amount. I think it's a 12%, a 10% increase in damage as well. Or 9%, one or the other. 9 to 10. It's one value percent difference. So it's not a ton of crit damage, but it does add some. Okay. So let's break this down to talk about how Shin's... Oh, wait. First, let's get the guide page done. I know, I just said that. So let's try it GRIMP, or let's open up GIMP. What we can actually do, we'll just paste this in, but then we're also going to go grab another static image. Sure. Should actually change it to WebP on a lot more of these, but it's fine. Classes. Copy the WebP. Or heck, even echo. Put this into a new window. There. This is going to be the landscape of this. So we're going to copy this, paste it into here, and see if we can make this convey, it's a guide with just this. The problem is his head is too high. So let's see if we can help that. Adjust the photo to be landscape friendly, where the adventurers being guided by the guide are looking left to right across a cliffside from a faraway view. Let's see what it does. There we go. That feels better. So now we just paste this and we can probably scale it a bit. In fact, let's delete it. Go to new. No. New from clipboard. Okay. And then we can scale this down by like half. And then paste it into here. And then we can kind of adjust it. See what I mean? Isn't that pretty cool for a guide? Probably something like this. And then we put this into C drive source, THJ Wiki, and then static images, and this will be the guide page. Guide.webp. Be fine. Okay. And then I think it's actually plural though. Let's double check. Guide. Guides, yeah. Cool. So now we go back to the page on my local wiki and we go to guides. No photo. Why is there no photo? Guides.webp. Maybe it's the webp part. Let's check. Yep. There. A little blurry for some reason. I think it's scaling it up or something, because this doesn't look blurry at all. Well, I guess a little bit. Can I scale this more? Maybe it's because I did cubic and I need to do like linear. Yeah, that's probably what happened. So let's undo the scaling. Scale image, use linear. Oops. Linear scaling 50%. Oop. Then let's paste this back in. Kind of get that orientation again. I feel like that good enough. Of course, it's now singular again, but that's fine. Just delete guides. Rename it to guides. And still a little fuzzy, but it's not end of the world. It works. Okay, so then we have Shin's guide on necro, and now we need to generate something for me. What should my guide have? Make me a photo of a necromancer raising undead in a side view from far away with purple magic effects and black smoky streaks of magic flying around in the air. That sounds very necro-y, right? Let's see how it does. The only problem with this photo is I think I might be able to make it work. Let's see. Yeah, it's like too spread out. So let's scale it down by like 50% again. And see if we can salvage it a little bit. You know what I mean? It's too big. Why aren't you letting me move it? There. So like I can't. Honestly, I could just do something like that. Shin necro. Let's see how it looks. So back to the WebP. THJ Wiki is somewhere. There it is. And then we go back to my page. We add the little index thing. And we put in Shin guide. And this is called, we can put in a subfolder called guides. And call it Shin necro. Okay. And then, yeah, so we get a little cool photo. That's kind of fun. So, what are we going to format this like? necromancers bring a new and unique twist in the hero's journey. Or how about normally seen as the self-sufficient soloing powerhouse of EverQuest, necromancers bring a new unique twist to your the hero's journey. And we'll do like pros and cons. Yeah, pros. Competitive, high DPS for large HP mobs. Self-sustain with strongest life taps in game. What else? Necro. Efficient dot damage for mana cost with Cascade of Decay. Cons. Larger cast time on spells compared to hybrid classes. High technical ceiling to properly dot twist. Another pro is great mana regeneration from Deathbloom and Lich forms. You know what I mean? So I'm just sort of highlighting like what does Necro bring to a kit. I won't even bring up the pets or the Necro Epic. Amazing healing potential over time with Soulwell item clicks. Another con is, a lot of the cons are going to be more like low DPS against low hit point mobs. No AoE damage spells, no competitive AE damage spells. Would be another con for Necro. There was something else I wanted to mention about it. Anyways, but this is like what I want to do with the guide. You'll have like pros and cons. It's like the TLDR. If you're thinking of Necro in your kit, what does Necro bring to your kit, right? Like, yeah, the problem with Infectious Cloud is it's not great DPS. I mean, it's viable. I don't want to like shrug it as like unusable. But I don't think it's ever going to compete with like this right here, where I'm hitting a 30,000 hit point mob and I just cast 3 times and they're dead. Like, you know what I mean? Oh, another Insight Aug. Yay. And this is my guide. So yes, there is going to be backlash and, concerns, but this is how I play it. Another con is honestly not the most powerful pet in comparison to other choices. Yeah, because the pet doesn't really bring a lot, but a pro is easily obtainable pet focus via Necro Epic. You get what I mean? Oop, am I being hit by something? What were all those zeros? I think that was the recourse of healing. Interesting. Oh no, Spoot gave all the buffs, and every time I was getting buffed, it causes a little damage event of 0. I need to clean up the damage event stuff here in a bit, but anyways. Okay. So then we need to have something like early AA / game mechanic tricks. Or how about low AA / and early game tricks. When you start with necro in your kit, the first super useful skill you'll obtain, or spell you'll obtain, is Life Spike. Or what is the first one? It's just Life Tap, right? Isn't that the first one called? Yeah. Is Life Tap. This spell, as well as all life taps, are positively impacted by spell damage. Spell damage increases the damage dealt by your life tap, which also impacts the recourse healing amount at a 1-to-1 ratio. Life Tap can trigger Sympathetic strike buffs. These buffs are found on various items in the game and are pivotal. Speaking of, this is something I need to write real quick. Let me go to my messages real quick. Yeah, you guys can see what I'm seeing, but whatever. Primetime, you set up the site, and I totally didn't touch it because I was busy with other stuff. And you said it was fine to show on stream, so we're going to go to your item search real quick. And I'm going to just take your focus effect dump for healing strike stuff and probably just dump it on the wiki. I assume you're okay with that. Just a real quick and dirty reference. Yours is still going to be the superior one with drops and stuff, but I just need something to reference. And you have an amazing layout for that. So we're just going to go for equipment guide. We have procs and epics, but we can just add in here simp/items. All right, so simp items, I'm basically going to dump an informal sympathetic items quick reference list. I don't care about the weight. Collapsible section, sure. Okay, so all we're going to do is essentially grab each rank and start cleaning this up. in a way so that I can just make a table and probably even link it to your page once it's all done. I won't even bother with the stats. I just want the clicks, you know? I just want to say, go here, you can get this. Because that's a guide I've been wanting to have since forever. And I'm going to say expansion as well, I think. Sorry, I'm thinking out loud of what this is going to look like. So you're going to have like name, expansion, probably strike level will probably like this. Classes would probably make sense on the end. And then zone mob. No, zone mob. I think that might make sense. ChatGTP, there you go. Thank you. Copilot was slacking. So anyways, we're at Simp Strike 5, which is Gnarled Staff. Then we have 6. Because I just needed a simple page that like you can just quick reference and just at a glance know like I'm using the best Simp Strike for my expansion at this level, you know, for my class. Because there's like shoulders that randomly have, you know, Simp Healing somewhere at a different level. And it's just annoying doing those searches. Like this has been needed since like day 1. I know that Aporia was wanting this to be like more mysterious, but screw that. This is so helpful. And your thing would have fixed it anyways. Okay, so what we need to do is essentially, I can take each chunk and trying to think how I can mass process this. There's not going to be a super easy way. Maybe I can do tab delimiters. Let's see. Copy this, look for tab, and every tab can just basically be stripped out. That works. Okay, that cleaned that up. And then expansions, classes, zone. Honestly, this will just be note. Summoned by mage. What level does mage get this? That would be mage spells. Level 1. But just little comments, you know? I won't go through and do all the comments. And then we'll have Sympathetic Strike 2. You get what I mean. Simp Strike 4. Isn't it IV? Yeah. Simp Strike 5. Oh, 24 for Rune? Yeah, that's actually good intel. Let me put that into Staff of Runes. Summoned by mage at level 24. Thank you. But as you can imagine, this is going to be huge for simplicity, because don't these have the little numerics on them? Yeah. Is it 8? I think 8 is xi vix, right? And then 9 is ix? Wait, I might be doing these wrong. And we could alaclone link them too. Help me with remembering these. So VII 8, 9 is XI, 10 is X. I think that's what it is. Yeah, that feels better. And you don't need to, Prime. You do it here. IX is 9. Didn't I do that? Yeah, I did IX is 9. Yeah, you guys probably lagged, but... okay, let's go kill a round of drakes. Yeah, XI would be 11. Oh, right on. Thank you, Darius. Yes. No, feel free to correct me. Even if I have to, like, cross-check with you, that's all good. Anyways, quick clear up of these dudes. And we can go back to coding. Or documenting. I don't even know what working on the thing is called. And we did get another AUG, but that was actually from the last. That's an insight AUG. I don't really need to bother about organizing them, but it makes my brain happy. Still grinding for those AUGs? Oh yeah, dude. It's more like I'm being productive coding in Wiki, and then, or coding and doing the Wiki, and then I'm just able to do this farm without really paying attention. I could even use Gina and give a heads up every time it repops, but I'm not even gonna bother with that. It's all good. For now, we're working on simp items and getting it cleaned up. So let's see how this looks as is. And then we can do simp strike or simp healing as well. Do you think simp healing and simp strike on the same page is fine? Yeah, exactly, Martins. I feel like I'm going to take out the word legendary as well, I think, because it's like repetitive. And then on the type, I'll be like, all items are legendary unless otherwise noted. Or just all items are legendary prefixed. Or yeah, all items need to be legendary to have the click effect. Yep. I almost feel like classes could actually remove all the spaces. So do you guys know offhand, if I start saying things out loud, what era these are in? Like I know Stein of Maguk, I think all the tier or Simp Strike 2s are classic. And then Null Applied Tome, Ceremonial Dagger, Ruckus Sticker. I think the sticker is Kunark. Staff of Rising is definitely classic. Fire Crystal Staff, I think, is classic, and I'm pretty sure that's also classic. Yeah. Same thing with the Zoc. This is Kunark. I think we're in the Kunark phase. Dark Sight Dagger, Obliviation, Staff of Discord, Lesnix, Cone of Mystics, Velium. Now, Velium is probably Velius. Atari is definitely Velius. Crystallized Shadow, I think that's Tower Frozen Shadow, so that's Velius. And I don't know if Thunder Runed is Velius or not. It feels like it should be Thunder Runed. So Gnarled Staff randomly is Kunark. And I think all the rest are at least Velius. Ancient Prismatic is obviously Velius. And Staff of the Chamberlain is also Velius. Orb is definitely Velius. Tav. Velk is Tav. Or Velius. Staff of the Morning Dew might be Velius. Definitely Zeland is. Staff of Skunde. Gavel of Justice, I feel like is Lucklin. Thundering Mace, probably Luckin. Cudgel, Venomous Hatred, I want to say that's Lucklin. I think all these are Lucklin. Hammer of Hours. Ooh, are we hitting pop? I don't know. I'm just going to put Lucklin for now. And we can clean it up. Fabled Ord of Tashan, I'm assuming is pop. And then, I don't know. Let's assume this is GOD. We can clean those up once we put in notes. But I feel like having all of the Simp Strike and Simp Healing items in one page is cleaner, especially because how easy it is to reference it on the side. When the site is really small, though, like you're on your mobile device, you don't get that, but you can still just scroll. All right. Yeah, so Hammer of Hours is pop. Yep. A lot of this, obviously, we can clean up and do quick links. Honestly, we should also get item pages for all of these so that you can click it and see where the item is. But I really want to make this just a one-stop shop because it's not like there's a lot of simp items in the game. So we'll clean that up. But until then, let's go ahead and work on getting simp healing in here as well. And keep in mind, even if I take all this out prime time, this thing is still insanely useful for all of your mana preservations and focus effects. Just these clicky effects, it would be nice not to rely specifically on yours or the other guy's site. But yeah. So we got Simp Healing 1. Let's get Simp Healing 2. Yeah, I just basically trivialized finding Simp's items with this once we put in the notes. And I wanted this because part of my guide was going to talk about it, and I'm like, we need to have something that's like a definitive reference, you know? So 5, 6. One second, I'll read. 7. Gonna get banned, ha. Just kidding. No, worst he'll do is tell me, no, don't do that. And if he does that, I'll be like, all right, no worries. I will take it out. But simp items being so easy access, I would rather just clean it up. It'll save bandwidth and database queries on this server anyways, because mine's literally a flat page. Okay, so we're going to do that same cleanup query. So we search for all the tabs, and we basically go new line removal, put a bracket. That looks perfect. Okay. Then we put in these notes. Sympathetic healing I, and we bridge the gap. Sympathetic healing 2, sympathetic healing 3, and then this is IV. This is V for 5. This is VI for 6. VII for 7. VII for 8. And then it's IX for 9 and X for 10. Right? Okay. Let's see how this laid out. It's not going to be perfect with... now you have easy links for all your simp item healings. And we can clean up classes and notes because we had to add expansion to all of them. Okay, so we're just going to go fast. Give feedback if I say something that sounds wrong. So Hammer of Wrath is classic. And I'm going to just say summoned by cleric at... What level does Hammer of Wrath happen? Let's just at least look that one up. Hammer of Wrath. Spell summoned at cleric 10. Pal 20. I like how Hammer of Wrath is usable by Shaman, yet doesn't actually yeah. What are some of my favorite AAs to interrupt favorite interrupts? You know, I'm actually starting my guide, and I'm going to be talking about a lot of these sort of questions, so never worry about interrupting me. Interrupts AAs. I'll put that in my guide. So I put it as a note, and I'll go into more deep diving about that. The essential answer is most AAs that interrupt aren't that great, or like help you with interrupt. The item concentration one is good for item clicks only, but everything else is not as good as it may seem. The only thing really that you want for interrupts is your stalwart defense, you know, the one that makes you unable to get stunned from the back from warrior, which necro does not get. So hell yeah, thanks for sharing your wealth of knowledge with us. Yeah, no worries, dude. Yeah, all the stun stuff is not nearly as good because of all the resists to it. It's kind of dumb. Wow, that was a huge crit. Probably triggered Ice Comet while targeting him. You know, Cryomancy I meant. Okay, quick and easy. Let's get back to work. So it's on my list, Tekuru. I'm going to be writing a pretty comprehensive guide about necro, but then I'll include just a lot of general knowledge that other people that aren't necro can still, you know, take advantage from. It'll be a very just dump of knowledge, and hopefully everyone benefits from it, because, you know, there's just so much knowledge that you need to know to like have confidence in your choices and stuff in the game. Okay, so back to items. We are going to go to, okay, classic. Splintering Club is classic. Bronze is obviously classic. Orcish Mace, classic. Hammer of Wrath, same thing. Let's go Hammer of, wait. Why is this twice? There must be two origins for Summoned Hammer of Wrath. Oh, I think it's because the legendary and the regular Hammer of Wrath have this clicky on it. So your parser double dumps it. Or not your parser, but your generator for the database query. Okay, so Runed Totem Staff, Dwarven Mace, Gem Encrusted Scepter. I think those are all classic. Hammer of Striking has Simp Strike 2. What level do we get Hammer of Striking? Level 20. Summoned by Cleric at 20, Paladin at 30. No trade. And then we can take the second one out. Okay, so next is Torklor's Battle Hammer. I feel like that's accessible in Classic. Fine Steel Hammer. That's definitely Classic. Humorous Handled Mace. I think it's Classic. Goblin Fire Totem and Frost Totem. Those are both Classic. Now, Hammer of Requital is dropped by, or is summoned at 30 and 40. Pretty straightforward. Prayer Shawl is classic. Sharkbone Hammer is classic. Sap of Piety. Platinum Dragon Totem. Platinum, or Battle Staff, and Testament of Veneer is classic, yeah. Enchanted Fine Steel Morningstar is classic. Idol of the Underking is definitely classic. And then Pauldrons of Piety I know is classic from SkyQuest, and I'm assuming Shield of the Protector is Kunark. And so is Flawless Steel Mask. Staff of the Elder Claws. I didn't know that. Don't I have those? No, I have Claw Faradar. Staff. Sorry, I'm distracted. I have too many staffs. Anyways, Staff of the Elder Claws is Kunark. Velarius Quarterstaff, I think is. Cloak of Crystalline Waters, that feels like we're still in Kunark. Ironbound Quarterstaff, Kunark. Pabula Fetish, Righteousness, and Sprinkler of Spirits. Are those all Kunark? I think so. Hopebringer, isn't that like Pop? When does Hopebringer get dropped? Or is that the Paladin Epic? Cloak of Crystalline Waters is Velius. Good to know. Yeah, dude, shout out any of them you recognize and know that are off. Fish Dragon. Okay, Mace of Confusion. Ceremonial Cudgel, Sunbeam Staff. Oh, in Crystalline Caverns. Wow, it's like a level 30 drop. Interesting. I'm going to assume these are like Pop, or Velius at least, even though they're probably wrong. Shark Spine Club, Staff of Eternal Flames, Shield of the Vortex. Oh, you're talking about the dragon, I call it Lord Koiden, but I know it's wrong. I know which one you're talking about, though. I'm just going to put them all as Velius, and we can clean them up. Okay, so let's see how this looks. Looks amazing. Oh, expansion, classes. Yeah, I like it. Because what this lets you do is, let's say I'm a warrior and I want a simp healing item. I can just search for war and I can glance and say like, okay, if I'm a necro or whatever, and I want Simp Strike 7 or 6, I can see that Simp Strike 5 for necro is only obtainable in Velius, right? Because if you just search for neck, you see Velius, is tagged. You get what I mean? Like you can do this with all these type of files, and same thing with simp healing. You just go to simp healing. So that's pretty clean. Or you can just glance through it and find it as well. It's just a real easy, quick reference. The robe is Darius's work, by the way. I try to give you as much kudos as possible, Darius, but I did throw on my that client mod directory. That's kind of our temporary placeholder for mods until we get a true client modder. Because it's just nice to have like a little gallery. I should use a GitHub pages to list all that, but yeah, whatever. So we got the initial draft for simp strike items. I'm gonna just call it simp items because the pages are hard to. I could do an alias of just simp. That would be cool. Because what that does, I might need to clean up the, oh yeah, it still has the collapsible section. Let's take that out too. Yeah, because I don't like to give, like, I don't want the credit reception for other people's work. I really want, the people to know, who to thank, because, that was 100% you, dude. Kudos. Other than, I think you took some work from Grinkles on some of the projects. Was it Grinkles? I forget who you collabed with on some of it, but since you took the torch and did like all the rest, you definitely deserve some definite credit. All I did is just throw it on a repo, and I'm starting to sort of, patch together these little client mods. I need to get your freaking, whatchamacallit. You have wolves and all skeletons fixed, and I need to fix my skeleton too, but there's just so much to do. I'm not going to mess with that for now. Anyways, THJ, classes, gear, simp items. Once this gets refreshed, that arrow should go away. Right, but I don't think it makes sense to give credit to the tool for the effort you did, Because like the tool would never make ropes work alone. It requires you to have the patience and tenacity to sit down and clean up all the mesh data. So it's absolutely you. I just enabled it, with helping with the Quail stuff. So it's all you. Okay. Yeah, this looks pretty good. I need to fix the description. And also now you can do this. No? Why isn't simp working? Prox works. Simp. Is it plural? No. Huh. Weird. I was hoping for the alias, but apparently it won't work. That's fine. It's a minor side note. Let's add a description for it real quick though. Comprehensive list on sympathetic items. You can search for a class. Well, here, no. People will figure out how to use it. It's very straightforward. I don't need to handhold on that part. We do need to get a little image though. And we probably should write a description about how simp works, but simp items. So let's make a sympathetic effect items. Make me a photo of a realistic fantasy view of a wooden table with a beer mug and a enchanted sword glowing a hue of blue and runic symbols on the blade. That's what I envision when I think of sympathetic items. So help create my creativity into something amazing. I like it. The only problem with this photo, make the blue glow on the outer edge of this weapon and make the perspective as if you're sitting on the table, making the sword widthwise and wide. It's also a little weird that the mug is glass. Like, you would expect the mug to be wood. Okay, this is cooler. I think this would work. I can make this work. Let's see though. So I'm going to make a new image from pasteboard, or from clipboard. And then let's see if I can scale it down like 50% again, linearly. And then can I get it to kind of fit? I feel like something like this even is kind of cool. Just to give that like ambiance. And this will be simp items webp. And what this will look like, once I hit save, I like it. I think that's a cool, like, just, you know what I mean? A little accent, give some color to the page. Yeah, I like it. Another thing we need to start doing, and I keep forgetting about, is when you link to a page, we need the image to be in here. Because there's a trick where images, if you put in here, images simp items dot webp, fix embed image. I think it'll generate the embed image with this. Let's check. If we inspect and go to the header on the HTML, and we look at the, where is it at? The meta OG data, you can see here it's linking to this specific page. And yeah, it works. So what this will do when we push it up is I'm going to delete this link because it's going to have embedded cache in here. And what'll happen is when we get the page refreshed on live, this is something I should do a pass on all the different images at some point. So we're just waiting on that icon to turn green. Definitely getting damn good at killing 5 mobs. When you've done it enough times, you start to just autopilot it. By the way, there's only 4. Did I miss one? I don't think so. I think my hate list is just a little jacked up. Nada, no worries. Do it for another day. Okay. Are you checkmark? You are. So this page now has the image. Let's see if it works this time. No. No embed image. Why not? OG image is fine. It's a WebP reference. Yeah, it's still not supported because it's a WebP. Let's see if PNG works real quick. So like, we use cleric banner. Let's try fixing this. Welcome back, Primetime. Not raining for once, so I walked to the taco truck and bought some tacos. Dude, I'm jealous. I want some tacos. It's actually noon, so I'm getting hungry. I'll have to think about what I want to eat. Okay, so this, I just changed for like a quick test. If we go to spells, this page, hopefully we'll have an embed here shortly. Okay, so we're gonna refresh the page, just spot check it real quick. Header, OData, OImage. Yeah, I think this will work. Let's see. So it isn't that great with the style we use, but you can see the image. Wow. That's a very up-down view. Aw, that's cool to hear Sinan agree. Pump up the bass. Hey Shin, mind inviting my new alt when you get a chance? Any or CC or whatever? Sure, Dan. Wanna hop in EC real quick? Okay, so back to the guide. I know, tangents galore, literally almost 2 hours, but it's been needed. All right, so let's continue this little guide. Low AA and early game mechanic tricks. When you start with Necro in your kit, the first super use for spell you'll obtain is Life Tap. This spell, as well as all Life Taps, are positively impacted by spell damage. Spell damage increases the amount. Yeah, so this is just general mechanic stuff. Spell damage can be obtained on items. What's a good example of it? Like of a scaled item that has spell damage just based on like 1 int. You probably do this pretty good with your item search. Let's see how good it goes. Yeah, you're talking about the overview embed stuff. Yeah, I have a generator that we don't do item links too often, but let's just, like for fun, let me just show you. All I have to do is like when you give me a proper link for items, I basically come in here and I change it. Let's see if your embed works here. So let's grab like, I don't know. Let's do a classic, singing short sword. Oh, we have to unclick this. Okay, we got the infamous singing short sword. Unfortunately, you don't give me item IDs links when you click here. I don't know what the ID is. That's a small complaint because, you know, like when I go here, if I do singing short sword and then I search for it, you can see
10 LB Meat Pie just
the ID.
subscribed.
Yeah, if you could do that, that'd be cool. But here you can see it's like 2054 or whatever. But thank you for the sub, 10 Meat Pie. Much appreciated. And then we're going to scroll up and look at your item underscore detail PHP embed true at ID this. Okay, so let's see how this renders. Is this actually an image or no, you're rendering HTML. This probably will not work. But let's see what happens. If I just replace this, the HTTP is probably going to fail it as well. But maybe not because I'm local. But if I ever did post this, obviously you have to be on HTTPS. Let's go find singing short sword real quick. And I think I get an item link on it. Maybe it's in bar. Whoa, I like broke something. Why are item links not working on item or search results? Did we break that at one point? The singing short link is broken as well. Dude, there's a bunch of cleanup that needs to happen. I should go through and do that at some point. Anyways, let's fix this real quick. So, Bard Epic. This is a guide to obtain this Bard epic of, and then it's like item. Yeah. I think that's it. Oh, I'm doing the item link reference wrong. It's been a while since I've had to do this by hand. You can see it here. Item ID, URL, and then a link. This is in the Bard classes and abilities section. Okay, so this right here should be doing your hover over, but because, let's see what it looks like. Yeah, so first we can't render because it's not a valid URL. What? This is something else. Site base URL. This is just a bug because of my rendering, but you're singing sort stored. Let's see what this is inspecting. How's it going, Alicon? Item link. Yeah, I don't think this is my code working right? For fun, we're gonna take your oops. Let's see this. Just redo. Okay, href. Oh, this is just an item link. I want the hover over. That would be my item JavaScript, which, you know, I might have not copied that over. Okay, so this might be a little bit more work, but I need to fix this. So Jamfest has the item overview thing. You can see it here. I think it's called item link. Another day, busy day of work. This is interesting. Interesting. So wait, I have my short code for item. Okay, no worries. And then I have the, oh shit, what does the registration thing have? I forget what it's called. There's a little bit of JavaScript that I use to bake item image links. And I thought I put them in. Oop. Where does that sound from? Ba-dum. Oh, my client is broken. There. Okay, let me EC real quick for him. Then let's do. All right, so you see how there's like this hover over and it's broken? This is powered by my little JavaScript stuff. Wow, I'm having like a focus issue whenever I try to focus on my game. I don't know where that's coming from. Okay, guild invite burnt. So burnt is a dins alt. I'm going to look at fixing the aggressive push of getting the Vexal key here in a minute, unless you did already. Is the Vexal key even required anymore? Ah, I see. Oh, got it. Sorry, I'm... Okay. Axe is alt. Perfect. I was just making a joke on GitHub Ticket where it's the default of a lot of pages. Gotcha. Cool. So in 13 seconds, Nico looks familiar in her gear. She looks like me. All right, anyways, I'm in a bazaar. Let me... It was funny, you just happened to be there. Yeah, dude, let's see here. Why doesn't these overviews work? So we get the... Oh, it's called link.js. There it is. So, there's something called... Man, we're getting tab issues galore, and I don't get why. Like, every time I'm tabbing to a new program, it's not focusing. Did I? Oh, wait. Look, you see this blue border on here? I pressed a button. And I think I like full screen locked it or something I've never done before. All right, I'm just closing WaterFox. No, it's not full screen like that. It's weird. Anyways, we now know I fixed it. I just had to close it because I don't know the button I pressed. I heard the sound. It was like, did it? And I'm like, I don't recognize that sound. Cool. So in static, I have something called link.js. And I never copied it over here. So we're going to copy it over to static. And what this thing does is it points to a URL. And I have a little verifier. And we're just going to switch this over to your IP address. So for now, we're going to make it say primetimelive.com. I think I can put everything ID equals, and I'll put a semicolon. It's JavaScript, but yeah. No, it's just wanting the base URL, and I'm building it out here. But I can clean this. So URL gets built out, and then it adds to it the attribute. There, and now it's just an image source. I think that'll fix it. Yep. Any chance I could get a guild invite for my new main Neener? Absolutely, Strong Dad. Send me a tell. I'll do a clear, and when my bazaar's up, I'm happy to go run back and give you a guild invite. All right. Improve frenzied. Booms. All right. Kill these dudes real quick. See any Ogs? Ooh, something blue. Ooh, that was close, guys. That was close. I'm a little sad, but I almost got one. In fact, I'll do that. So close, yet so far. Okay. So they have enchanteds for sale for 6K. I don't need enchanteds anymore. You need an invite. Did I give it? I don't know if you're in the zone. You are. You should have an invite, Meaner. Try again. Start guild members must be in zone. He is in zone. Let's target you. There. Perfect. Okay, so help me understand context. I don't fully... So this is your new main, and you're just strong dad on Twitch main. Do you have any other alts or characters in my... you know? Yeah. Or is that you? Like, are you switching anyone, or is that, you know, like, you have alts in my server, or did you just join? Okay, cool. Sorry. I have a lot of, like, people that come and go, and there's traffic, so it's hard for me to manage everything. But hey, welcome to the guild, dude. And you're going... Wow. I see a trend with your class choices. Tee-hee. No, it's all good. Yeah, this guide I'm working on will definitely be helpful for you, potentially. Let me let me get that's like my third tier of what I'm working on today. So back to this. We have link.js, and we need to go reference this in some file. Looks like I just put it in the HTML head. Maybe not the most clean way to do it, but it works. So pretty much we can just do that. And now let's start the server up again. Let's go to classes Bard. And let's see if the singing short sword link. Okay, so now we can see it's attempting to render something. What is it trying to render? We're getting a bunch of debugger lines. Okay, so it's trying to render this URL, and it failed. Let's see why it failed. Well, I didn't need to put in a quote. Oh, the site's not found because I need the 42 style or whatever it's called for. Yeah. Let's try replacing the URL with this. And that's fine. Can you allow me? Received a record that exceeded the maximal permissible length. What? I don't know what that's all about. Is it because we're... No. Did your site just get messed up? Let me go back to Twitch messages and see. Where's the message there? I think it's maybe the wrong IP. Okay, so that one works. Oh, it's because I'm requesting HTTPS. Primetime Live is not working for me. Like, this page fails for me. I think you may not be exposing Primetime Live properly. Here's the page I'm trying to render. I think that's right from what you said earlier. Item view ID 12345. You wanted HTTPS. Mine's HTTP. HTTPS doesn't seem to matter. I think that route isn't working so good. If I ping... Oh, I'm typoing your URL. Pirm time. Let's fix the typo. There we go. Okay. Typos help. You know, I'll never ever say I'm perfect. Hey, I was like, what the fuck too? I'm like, okay, this looks good. All right. But yeah, oops. Okay, so we got to refresh this page. Okay, cool. So we do have it working. The way it's embedding is a little wonky, but that's probably my fault. I got to just clean up how it does, but it is getting closer to working. So as you can see, it's like a little tooltip. It has to probably do, because I've changed this code pretty often, the link one, where I was trying to do an embed versus non-embed, like embedding of the link. And I bet you that if we look at the history of this file, we'll see a version of it. So there's the original. Here's a click event. Here's some hover event logs. Here's a lot of logging I used to have. And you can see it used to just embed an inner HTML. And then I turned it into appending the image source into the element. Oh, this was before I made it an iterator, so this is really old code. Yes, me working in JavaScript, not my favorite, but I had to do it because I wanted a simple little. So this is using inner HTML to embed the image, but I would like, maybe it's because of a style problem actually. Let me think about this. So like, one way we can test this is if I use Jamfest and I replace the URL here, and then I make this into just the URL as well. And then we run server on this. What? Oh, it's because the other server's still running. And they're sharing the same IP. Or the, no. Ugh, this happens. The page is down. Now if I start the server up, there we go. And then if we look at Red Dragon scales, I think I need to refresh the JavaScript code. Okay, so we're getting a renderer. I think I fixed it, but we'll double check. Console. Where is Red Dragon sales? Yeah, it's still doing the old URL. So we have to go to, I think just, if we go to link.js and then we shift click this, that might fix it. Okay, so we're getting something, but it seems to be unhappy. Red Dragon scales. Visibility click is this link. Oh, there's HTTP, HTTPS. There's a double embed going. That's why. Yeah, so it is working instantly. Okay, so if you look at this, when I hover over it, it doesn't mess with the HTML. It's like a hover. And that's what we want. So what I'm probably missing is some CSS data that I tossed in there. You know what I mean? So this is all me, but the general idea, and I thought this was kind of clean. If you look at like Jamfest, this is how this would work, is like you'll have an item and then you'll have this little potion icon and you can interact with the item link however you want, go to the page, whatever. But then if you want to see a preview of the item, you hover over the potions. Or if you're on a browser, you can click the little potion and then it'll show you that item link. And that just helps so that you can like still leverage it. And it's mainly just like a quick preview. I like that because it's you know, it's clean. Anyways, okay, cool. So let's get this figured out on what I did with the CSS. So for that, we have the item description embed here. And there's probably going to be item description. There's going to probably be some CSS in here. That's probably been baked into my TSS right here. So this data, TPE item description, is probably not copied over to THJ. Item description, yeah, it is not at all. Where this, you can see in core, I have this. I think that'll do it alone. These others are tables. I don't think tables matter for this. So we need to grab core. I clean this out is I think why. And then we just do oh, can I make CSS? Okay, I'll commit it. I don't think it's going to work on live, just heads up. But I'll commit the core part and then I'll generate it on my laptop because I don't have CSS generation done clean here. I'm just going to commit this. Oop, something is going to get pulled down. Oh, that's fine. Let me grab my laptop and I'll do this edit. Yeah, I made icons hoverable. At first I made it if you hovered over the row, but even testing it became super annoying, so I moved it to the hover over icon. So you're basically the same as what I decided. Yeah, I want it to be like a little bonus, but I didn't want it to be like a focus point. Somebody actually edited tpe.scss, which technically not the good thing to do, but it's okay. I will fix it. Is all I have to do. Put these into core for him. And regenerate. Maybe? So core now has the filter container stuff. But why isn't it? Oh, it is. Filter container. Yeah, it's perfect. Okay. Did I miss anything else? Making sure I didn't delete anything. I have a commit in there that removes the vex file links in the nav pane. Sounds good, Alicon. Did you just push it to main? Or did you have a PR? Because like generally speaking, just push it to main, dude. Yeah, perfect. Unless it's like a big overhaul, you don't need to mess with like PRs and branches and stuff. You said you had a branch though, right? You haven't committed things to behind this, right? You have 3 commits ahead. Did you want these to get merged back in? I see you've added 3 commits here. Okay. But yeah, feel free to just live edit main. There's no need to like branch out and do all that crazy stuff. Not a big deal. Anyways, what I just did. No, keep doing your thing. I don't want to like disrupt you. I'm just letting you know, like once you get comfortable with that branch and you know all those changes and all that, feel free to merge it back in. But okay, so if we pull down the latest and we go to the web page of our site, which unfortunately, let's just do this. And then we hover, boom. Wait, no, this is Jamfest. Damn it. Sorry, too many pages, too many things open. Let's do server again. Okay, so here's Hero's Journey, classes and ability, classes Bard. And then we hover over this. Okay, so you see how it's like messing with my HTML? If I refresh the page, it doesn't do that anymore because we fixed the CSS. I think, okay, one sec. Let me go put my laptop on. All right. So yes, this is technically mission accomplished prime time for your thing. Because as you can see now, whenever you go to a page that has any of those item links, you will render the data. Unfortunately, our current item link is the old singing sword, so it's not the cool legendary one. But that's not your problem. That's, you know. Singing sword here needs to add like 2 million to it. And that should fix it. Yeah, there you go. Now it's the legendary. I think my only complaint, it's not a big deal, is the size of it is pretty damn huge, but I don't know if you can fix that. Like you have it pretty damn small. I guess, I mean, again, totally happy with it. Don't get me wrong. If we can help with the, like, if you can get those margins possibly removed, I mean, it works though. I don't know if the margins would be enough. The problem is we just have things that are nuts. Also, maybe if you can get those aux slots cleaned out. But it totally works. Like for the vast majority of scenarios, that's 100% good. Oh, and then we got to go in and get these item links fixed. But that's, again, us. Us being the... I'll share that with THJ Wiki Boys. Prime times item hovering. Working on Wiki. Neat. And I know that what's his call it has some sort of embed too. But I don't even know who owns that thing. Yeah. Again, this is super early. Until you get an official site, I probably won't commit this just yet. You know what I mean? I'll probably add the item linking later, but we have it already now. This part will now also make it link to your site. That's what this is for. So prime time live.com. Got it. So the IP address is the official site. Kata just doesn't have a URL yet for it. I got it. Do you have it HTTPS though yet? Because if it's not HTTPS, we're going to have a cross script error. It won't be happy with embedding non-HTTPS. I'm trying to think of a location. Let's just do this. Bard. So if you don't provide a link, so like if you just do this, you know, how this thing works is this will actually reference your website. So you see this test link, and then there's the singing source stored. If you look at it, oh, but it's doing the embed link. So we got to clean that up. How do I point to a specific web page on yours? Prime, man, my typo is now everywhere. So like if I have an item and I want to link, so use the embed. Oh, it's because I have the ID in here. Let's test that. Okay. So what this will allow you to do, okay. So just to recap, on the wiki, we have two variances we can use for item links. So variance 1 is like here, where you embed an item ID, right? And you have to put an ID of an item, the name that it displays. And I do this as a fallback because I can't actually fetch the site to find what the name is. So even if the site's down, that data is now used to render the HTML link, right? And then the link, this is optional, allows you to make it where if I click on this one, it takes you to a page. Like in this case, it takes you to the Bard Epic guide. However, it's also possible to do what I did with test, which is if you don't provide a link and you click on it, it's going to take you to your website and show the item page, you know? And then you can click, this is the default action. Definitely a feedback, by the way, like logically, is this is a pain in the ass though, logically, but UIX wise, like player based, a lot of people will go for a legendary item and want to know the NPC data based on the reg item. Because as you know, the reg item is the root that generates the legendaries. And so like if you look here, test is just a link to the singing source sword, right? So if you hover over it, you get the legendary link, everything's cool. You can assume this says singing source sword. I click the link. I'm literally just going to go right to a landing page of this specific item. That's perfectly fine, but it's likely going to be a legendary variant because most people care about legendaries, right? So when you hit upgrade path, obviously there won't be any. But then when you go to view NPC info, it would be badass if this had like maybe even a little context on it that said singing sword regular drops from these mobs, and you basically downgrade the legendary to reg. Because I can bet you vast majority of people, when they're on this site, what they want is that sort of intel, right? Like they want to be able to click and hit view NPC info, where does this drop, right? Or what mob do I have to kill? And it's likely going to be a legendary link, you know? So I think that's a huge feedback, at least on the path from the wiki. But I have a feeling the same thing's going to happen when people link to the site this way. Which, by the way, what does it look like if I link this site on Discord? All right, so you don't have OData on this page. That might be another thing to consider tossing in. If you're not familiar with the OData stuff, it's pretty dang simple to use. Literally, you just have to populate some header fields, literally called like OData. It's OG, but you can see them here. Yeah, because when you do that, you can see like with my link, oops, my links. I got to do it from an actual site that's exposed. My local site doesn't work. Classes and ability, I don't know, classes, Bard. We're going to go to the same page. Let me delete this. And this will show you the OData embed. In my case, it's super simple. There's no photo or anything. But if you clean that up, even just making this OData embed into the, the image variant of it. Yeah, you didn't think of it backwards. Absolutely. But yeah, that's another thing is just, and that actually goes right back to what I just said. There's going to be cases where people will be like, even if I'm in prime time, right? Like if I'm coming from search, prime time live, and I'm going to find an item, right? Let's say I want to share OGs, and I'm like, I want the intellect OG. Okay. So, oh wait, it doesn't even come up when you do that. It's let's do armored protection. Okay. So we search for the item, we get the bloodstone, right? And we're like, I want to show off the stats of the legendary. So right here, we're hitting a conundrum. How do I share a legendary variant of this OG? You see what I mean? So what you may want to consider, and again, it's your ballpark. You can do this however you like, is a thing here that says like share or copy link, right? So you don't have to dedicate a homepage to this, but just having the ability, and if you hit that copy link, thing, I can then come here, paste it, and it's going to paste this side of the thing, right? Like it'll paste an embed. And that embed ideally would have the image preview on it, like this, like for its OData. And then that OData would then become, you get what I mean? And then they'll be going the flow of what I just said. Because that's going to be a very common flow, is like people check this item out, it's cool, they click it, and then people are going to go, okay, how do I get that item? And if you can create that flow and make it clean, I have a feeling a lot of people are going to use the shit out of that, including my wiki, So it shouldn't be super hard to do that because you already have the endpoints. But that is an issue you got right now when it's like, if I'm here and I search for something, immediately I'll be like, okay, this item's clean, but I can't even share this page. You see what I mean? So having a share link here would help, but then also share links here. And even when you go to the NPC info, well, NPC info is a separate query. Oh, this one's taking a bit. There it is. Potentially even sharing like this data would be cool, but I don't know if that's going to be worth it. So like you can see now he drops. And by the way, another thing you may need to clean up. I think you cleaned it up actually. Yeah, you did good. Let's try a different query. Let's see if you did it, if you fixed this. So we just had this Jewel of Nimbleness drop. And specifically, I'm checking, did you fix the double Vishon headache? So a flawless blue Jewel of Nimbleness, okay? And then I go upgrade path, and I'm like, okay, awesome. So this is a +3 HDEX OG if it was legendary. But I want to see who drops this. If I go to view NPC info, do you get duplicates and do you show the Guardian So you're getting all of the out of era Eldon zones. You may want to get those excluded because those don't exist in the game. But also, let's get to Vishan at some point. One day. Hopefully. There's a lot of Eldon zones. Okay. Yeah, so you do have the bug. The bug is Guardian Worm, this zone of VShop, and this spawn data does not actually exist in game. This bug, I'll show it on Alicalone as well. It's not a bug. You're just doing a blind query, and let's look for the same thing. So flawless, blue J. Okay, so we're looking for this same gem. We hit what zones does this drop from? First of all, this one's cleaner, but Quinard Ashenclaw does not actually exist. Like, there is no spawn for this. Also, the primal Onyx Skywings, you see how there's doubles of it? If you click one of them, this one, I think... Oh, yeah, these are... Usually they tell you the spawn data. I don't know why this one's not. Oh, we're in Wayfarer's Heaven. I'm on the wrong freaking... Sorry. Let's go to the right one. I'm adding complications to this guide. Flawless, blue, jeweled. Okay. So we're starting at base. There we go. Click the drops. So yes, he has the same bug, which is like, here's a fuckload of zones that are out of era, Eldon, that are dropping it. It's not a bug, but it's an issue, right? Okay, so we get to the bottom. See this? Vishan's Peak. It has double primeval onyxes, and it has these guardian worms and elder flame protectors. The problem with this is if you go into this and you click on each of these links, okay, this actually tells you the spawn name. And I've deduced this because I've been having to mess with Vishan so much. So if it has a spawn of Vishan 1.0, you see this? This data, this spawn never exists. Like, it never spawns on THJ. So it's basically content data that's on the zone table that is never actually instantiated. So however they're wiring this up, this NPC does not exist in the game. You cannot kill a guardian worm in Vishan's Peak because these spawns of Vishan 1.0 never exist. This one, the Primeval Onyx Skywing, does exist, and you can tell that it uses Vishan underscore. And yeah, that's the same variation. And then this one does as well. But these technically are the same mob, and I believe they are because of this. That's okay, which is that there's duplicate entries to the same NPC, or two different NPC IDs on the same list. You see what I mean? So like, this part here is correct, that there's a double entry. But anyways, confusing, I know. The bottom line is excluding spawn data and zones that don't exist on our server. I'm honestly not fully sure prime time. I could actually figure it out. But the thing that really sucks for you is that in order for you to deduce it, you probably are going to have to hard code a exclusion into your DB, SQL queries of, give me one sec. There is, Kata has a tool that shows you every single zone and when they're available. So here it is. So this is kind of like an override rule list on top of, if you go to the content, or if you go to the zone database and you look at the expansion field, or the min expansion, max expansion, they're using a mix of that and then this hard list. So it's a pain in the butt. But ultimately, if you want to get the data as accurate as possible, you're going to have to account for all these different variations and trickery that they're doing. So there you go, dude. Because this specifically was done so that certain zones would only get accessed via progression. So like this one isn't as important. However, oh, they've actually improved this a little bit since I last looked. They've moved it up to DON. But anyways, the real one is Vishan's Peak has a condition flag that hasn't been flipped properly. So cool. There you go, dude. Lots of feedback, lots of work. Some of it shouldn't be too hard, but I think those are going to be massive improvements that will make the wiki more powered, because I can just reference you for all that data, as well as your tool is going to get more useful, because I'm very confident a lot of people will do what I just said, which is item link. Plus, it puts your tool at a point where what's going to end up happening is TalkEQ, which is the OOC integration, can actually be embedding URL links to a website. And if you get your embed OAuth, OData stuff working, not OAuth, but OData, you can also link an embed to, so like, let me show you what I mean. Every single time in Discord, OOC chat, anytime someone links something, you see here, right here, if you click on it, it goes to the retribution one. That'll get fixed for yours. But if you fix the OData stuff, you can also make it where anytime someone links items, you can see the item as a PNG preview here if you make your OData embed it. MQ Emulator is actually awesome at this, but he's been down lately. Like, what the heck? He's literally got a home one mustache common failure. He, I think he updated something and didn't fix it. Apparently on his website, he's got a forum, but he's got a great site. That's Modigan, which maybe I should ping him. Let's see if anyone has. Mod. He hasn't been mentioned in a while. I noticed the MQ Emulator site has been having some technical difficulties. Figured I'd just ping. I really miss referencing it. I like, okay. MQ Emulator was really slick for zones. One of the features it did, because I know you haven't touched this prime time, but something to kind of keep in mind, is like if you go to Vishan's, or like if you go to this zone, right? And then you go to like bestiary list, which this is already showing you just one. He had a number that was essentially every spawn entry location in the zone. Of course, I picked a horrible era. Let's do like Scars of Elias. Let's do like Sign of Grotto. So like you see here is it would literally tell you how many spawns are in the zone. And I love that because like Chardock versus Chardock B versus Nadox, like how many mobs are there? That's a huge number to store into that each zone page. I leverage the shit out of that because we're mass killing the whole zone, right? In 10 minutes. So knowing that number gives you a predictor of like how much, potential AA an hour you can get. This is good info. I was wondering what the best authoritative source was. Yeah, dude. So technically right now, Retribution EQ is literally pulling from the database, but now so is Primetime Live, which is going to have a new URL soon. So these both should be in parity with the content DB. Another source, which is more of a snapshot of content, because you can see on the bottom footer here, it says database exported on November 28th. So it's, it's roughly, I don't know, 17 days old, give or take, 20 days old. I don't know who actually makes this. I know they have a variant of it on Quarm, but he basically copy pasted his code he made for Quarm and made it into here. But this should be pretty dang accurate as of 30 days ago. This is definitely a different resource that you can leverage. Does this show you zone population? Let's see. I'm going to go to Befallen. I'm not I like the idea behind his map overview stuff, but the performance on it is a little lackluster. And then if you go to NPCs, this does say 38 entries, but we know there's more than 38 mobs in Befallen. Yeah, sorry, let me link some of these sites. So this is an unofficial pop-up of a guy that did Quarm site and just made a THJ variant of it. Primetime, this is a temporary URL name. It will be improved later. Use the IP address. Oh man, your IP address, what was it? It was like 64. Can you just paste the IP? Anyways, yeah, that site's almost ready. This site right here. So don't get too, okay, thank you. HTTP 40, yeah, you got the link there, but 4561.159.72:8080 is where it's hosted. And then, yeah, this thing's cool because you are very catered to the needs of THJ. Like triple class selection for searching is slick. Even your item search, spell search is the same thing. Like as this thing, gets momentum and gets those kinks out and you get the feedback, this will be, in my opinion, the go-to. And I even like how you've taken time with focus effects. This is huge. Yeah, I have a feeling this will become the better only because it's so specialized for it. But you definitely have some competition between the old Alaclone and the THJ DDI. But obviously, I don't think they're ever going to truly compete once you have taken the time and get the momentum to have feature parity, because you can cater specifically and specialize for the headaches that THJ introduces. So, oh, sorry, Laurent. Do you run your own EQEMU server? Just stumbled upon your channel yesterday from some Pantheon streams and find this all super fascinating. Been a long time since I played EQ. Yeah, as Alakon said, this is a server he's currently talking about, Hero's Journey. I do run some of my own servers, but they're just play servers. They're small population. They're not a big deal. This server, though, I definitely recommend checking out and enjoying. Population on it's pretty high. Yeah, server list. Yeah, we're currently at 1837 population. And we have no boxing. I mean, there's technically boxing in the sense that there's traders up. I wish we could exclude that from the population list. I should actually, ask Acadius to add that to a Spire feature to have it so that you can get a true population. That would be cool. But definitely the most popular on, like, did you guys notice how low P99 servers are right now? This is definitely the hot thing right now. Yeah, thank you, Primetime. I'm glad to give feedback. I'm definitely excited. I think you're gonna get a ton once this has a proper URL. I'm hesitant to link it even to like the wiki and stuff because I know once the URL changes, we're gonna have like a bit of back and forth and headache. Oh, sweet. So Modigan is the maker of MQ Emulator. He's a really cool guy. He's made a few other cool tools in like MacroQuest plugins and stuff that help the EQ servers. And MQ Emulator ultimately is just a generic PEQ database. But yeah, cool. Good to hear that Modigan's doing well. I want to split the file reading and the file processing of WLD, and the changes needed is becoming massive. I'm going to break everything. 2 Qs, read file. Sorry, I'm reading some technical stuff while I wait for repop. So Rekka, by the way, Rekka makes, what's his server name again? Oh man, I always forget everyone's servers. He's Lazarus owner, I believe. Honestly, I forget what Rekka is on. He's not the owner. Why did I think he was? But Rekka is a cool guy. I think he's working on the C# variant of MacroQuest. Man, I haven't interacted with him a lot. Anyways, but he's talking on OpenLore. If you guys haven't heard about OpenLore, it's this new, very infant stage project to create a open source Godot-based EQ client. So we will see how the momentum goes. Anarlian is a guy that hangs out in the client-side modding community project channel over here quite often. Which, by the way, that's my stomping grounds. I talk all the time in client-side modding. But Anarlian has been working on a Godot, EQ client for a while now. He's up to like character select. He gets asset loading, and so some other cool milestones. But Secrets recently said he's super excited and wants to also work on that. So that between that and like Voidless is interested. Even Kata showed some interest. So it'd be really cool to see this momentum go up and a new competitor for a client comes into play. I've been following all the different clients for a long time now. Like that's always been the dream, is to have a emu driven client that players can basically have full control over features and stuff. And you could almost make your own MMOs at that point. So that's the pie in the sky dream, right? Cool. Let's see if we get anything cool this drop. Just ask Copilot to make you an MMO. I wish, dude. Dude, even like the pre-made, like frameworks that they give you, and even like taking an existing MMO and trying to transplant another MMO. Holy crap. MMO, just the word, is just insane amounts of time to make things work. It's crazy. Cool. Back on topic. We're going to exit out quests. We're going to go back to the wiki. We're going to take out my test. I'm probably going to keep link just lingering here. And once we get an official URL, I'll push this up. Same thing with my new shortcode fix. You know what I mean? These will just be kind of chilling for a while. But then like guides, I'm going to start priming. I might even stash these changes, but I'll wait. This we can discard. But here's my new necro guide, and here's the guide list. So, cool. There's a reason AAA companies don't really touch it. Oh yeah, especially when it's funny because like WoW obviously redefined the genre and made like a cookie cutter build, and then you had the pre-WoW and the post-WoW MMO attempts, and a lot of companies dream of MMOs because, MMOs are one of those things where if you can skeleton crew it and get those monthly subs and keep a retention rate high, it's just money every month guaranteed. Yeah, guides would be really interesting. Yeah, by the way, that's what I'm actually working on. I'm formatting, because I don't think you were here when I started it, and I've been tangenting so much. But yeah, I'm making a guide section, as you can see here. And inside of here, I'm making a Shin's guide on Necro. You saw a video on Asheron's Call. Super interested looking back on it. Yeah, I was trying Asheron's Call recently. They have some interesting modding communities going on, like their mod community. Oh, my links aren't working for the table of contents. I'll probably just take that out. It was cool, but I'm going to leave it out for now. But I'm going to have pros and cons. And then I'm going to have like early game mechanic tricks. And then we're going to start moving into like a deep dive on, stuff to ask, FAQs, leveling, priorities on AAs. I thought about that, Alicon. Well, A, it makes it more complicated, and B, my kind of mindset is this. Guides are going to be class-based, is what I'm thinking. I'm going to hyper-focus Necro and kind of say, like, what does Necro bring to your kit? Like, you can even see here. Normally seen as the self-sufficient soloing powerhouse of EverQuest, Necromancers bring a new and unique twist to your combo in Hero's Journey. So this is like a marketing sales pitch on like why you should pick Necro. So, having some pros and cons, what you can do for low level. And I'm just sort of targeting it at like, if you bring Necro to your kit, here's the bonuses of it. And I'll probably have a section too that talks about like, synergies. And then I can just be like, Enchanter, right? And I can say like, Enchanter brings illusions of grandeur, AA, etc., etc. And you know what I mean? It'll focus on like combos and how they synergize. Yeah. Its epic Minion of Darkness focus works on all pet classes. Yeah, so that's one of the pros. Easily obtainable pet focus via Necro Epic that affects all pets summoned. All class pet summoned. That's one of my pros that I put on here prime time. But you see what I mean? Like, if you don't know THJ, I'm hoping a lot of people will chime in to kind of see like why should or shouldn't you use a class. And this pros and cons is like your quick TLDR. Yeah. And even mage focus is kind of hard to obtain. So, and then I'm talking about can be obtained by collecting items with intelligence on them. Once they evolve to legendary, they will have spell damage. Yeah, I might clean up the hunting guide at some point, but the hunting guide is lingering from like 3 wikis ago of what I've made. Reason to list any notable bosses under level 30 on guides. Yeah, especially with the level rate here. Definitely makes sense. But I do think this is huge. Like, I was debating putting this on the Discord, but my concern with the Discord is there's too much noise and it's hard to bookmark Discord pages, right? And it's hard to like reference it. So I felt like guides, I'm hoping down the line, you're just going to have this index that has all the people's guides. People can come in here, write guides or their opinions. They'll have their own little space and you can just bookmark it, right? Or people can reference it. So if you come in and you're playing a paladin, you know what I mean? You can do the paladin build. I might even do this. Combo guides. Class highlight guides. So class highlights class highlight guides focus on a specific class and talk about what they offer to your other picks, as well as specialization catered for that class. Things that you need to be aware in combo guides. Combo guides focus on a specific combination of classes and talk about what they offer. Yeah. So in my case, I'll probably put in another guide that'll be, like shins, and it'll be, what's my combo that I usually say? But it'll be like war, necro, wizard guide. You get what I mean? And this would be another page that'll be literally war, necro, wizard. And the point is now, if you're going for my specific synergy, you can see like why I picked this and how I balance it and stuff. But then in this guide, I'll probably reference these sub guides that say like, if you pick necro, here's ways necros are amazing. Like this isn't so much like my build. This is more like, if you want to play a necro, here's things that necros offer generically. I think that's the way to do it. And I'm hoping down the line, a lot of players will come in and just, give gems and of knowledge about every sort of combo and stuff. And it also will be cool because players now have a platform where they can contribute their own twists on them, right? Because they're just guides. It kind of reminds me, if you remember League of Legends guides, like hero guides used to be super popular. And all those hero guides were like you know, focus on spell damage and get this and that, right? Like here, snake build, Tankiopodia, Calamodpedia. Like people give catchy names for like the build style. So that's what I'm kind of treating this like. Yeah, exactly. Prime time. You're funny. But yeah, I mean, and that's arguably, you know, even Cascade of Decay is kind of like the one trick pony for Necro. It's an amazing you know, thing to tap into. Or Soulwell is a huge thing. Like you notice I'm initiating this fight and I'm putting Soulwell on everything. Why? Because now I don't have to worry about dying, and then I can just go all out kaboom. Anyways, so the point with the guide is it really helps players, either newcomers or like when people hop on here and ask me questions about a, you know, necro, they do it all the time, or they want to make my class. I want to be able to just reference them to a site and they don't have to ask me every single little question. Howdy. I don't think people understand. It's so funny how the general population education goes. Like it's hard to spread knowledge. There's so many little quirks and nuances. So unless it's like a super obvious thing, there's going to be misconceptions. Man, it's so fun to see like how often market changes and people put things up. It's so cool to have a high population in a global system like this. So I need armor protection legendaries. I can probably just go ahead and buy both before other people do, because 15k isn't horrible. Yeah, because I can reduce it down another 2. I don't need any more armor protection legend or enchanteds, but I do need one more enhanced health legendary. I don't want to pay 40k though right now. I'm slowly min-maxing my gear. I actually don't think the high spell damage is worth it. I think I'd rather be tankier, especially for these easy profit ACs. I need to get off my ass and get gear. Other than leveling a couple pieces, I'm done. I've been done for a while. I actually got 2 sets of gear. Okay, so we just looted these guys. And if we go to the notes, we need to put on this onto my hands. Cool. And then onto my legs. Oh, I already have them on my legs, damn it. And then onto my wrist. Apparently I already got it. I think it's for the second wrist. Which, did I keep? Yeah, so my second wrist still needs to be evolved. And then my robe. Go ahead and put it in my robe. Cool, so I have 3 Augs left. I need 2 more protection legendaries. And then I need 1 more effective health legendary, and I'm done. And then all this I can sell. But I gotta get this bracelet up, and I need to get my robe up. Probably should do the robe first, or the bracelet first, actually. Yeah, I've been mainly min-maxing gear just because I have nothing else to do. Like, that's why I'm here. Like, even when It's fun when people try to drop intellect dogs in here of deafness. They're not in there. It does not, Alicon. Which, by the way, great question. Guess where I should put that? Here. There you go. It's on my to-do. I'm kind of mad at the guy wanting 90k for a 3 heroic charisma og. Yeah. It's going to be super interesting how we're going to feel in Velius with you going heroic charisma and me shifting towards like AC hit points. Just to see how, like, will you be able to land spells and not me? And then also, will I be able to sustain damage? And, you know, there's going to be a lot of sustain checks, like specifically for you know, highest hit point mobs right now is 225,000. And when we move into Velius, we're looking at like Avatar War is 900,000 health. Vulak is 2 million hit points. Most of the warders are like 1.5 million. So we're talking like 4 to 5x health increases. So soloing stuff isn't just going to be turn on the burners, blow them up, be done with it, you know? You're going to start to have to like plan things, make sure you can keep your mana up, auto attack and nap, yeah. Or in your case, soul abrasion, damage mitigation, you know, staying yourself up is going to be important. How high is your AC up? It's interesting because I have a bunch of AC Ogs I'm putting on, and the AC Ogs are actually making it where my caster gear ends up with more AC than any of my plate gear would have without AC Ogs. Yeah. What's your health at, though? How many hit points do you got? I don't actually have spirit armor on. Let's put that on. So I'm at like 2158 AC with caster gear on. Like the only thing that's kind of plate, no, everything I'm wearing is caster gear. I'm like high spell damage gear with tank Ogs. And I did hurt my damage a little bit, my spell damage. I'm at 404, but not a ton. Only 1200. What? Sorry, what was 1200? Hit points? I really need to get 90 more health. That's just another HP Og. When I get my next legendary, that'll put me at 10k just with self buffs, which is cool. Oh, you're deliberately lying on your AC. It's interesting. My mitigation is almost at 1,000. So I went ahead and put my intellect dog onto my scimitar of life stealing. I think this is my best bet because I was going dual, you know, epics for a while, but I don't really need the resists. Even though my fire is starting to struggle a little bit, but I don't know if I have all my fire buffs on. Maybe I do. I don't know. We'll see. And then, yeah, the heroic dex is missed. I'm down to 4 H decks, actually. That's sad, but oh well. Congrats. I think I'm missing some buffs. Because this gives me heroic dex. I gotta double check my my options for charms. Oh, so when I'm fully buffed now, I actually break 10,000 hit points, just self-buffed. So that's pretty cool. I like that I'm breaking 10,000 health, self-buffed, without being with wearing caster gear, you know? That's funny. Okay, back to the guide for a little bit longer. I'm actually already 3 hours in and I haven't touched my ROF2 plus, but oh well. Okay. Competitive high DPS. Let's just sit down and start rambling of all the different stuff. If you find yourself struggling to EXP and you have necro in your kit, arguably one of the cheapest sources of damage for AA cost is Cascade of Decay. Costs 6 AA points, can be guaranteed landed on a mob by using a duration life tap spell. Leech, Vampiric Curse are my go-to examples. Is this right? Guaranteed. Guaranteed. Looks like currently at 7,400 health, 227 AC. Wait, I think you missed a 0. You mean 2270 AC maybe? 920 mitigation. That's actually really high on mitigation. 702 avoidance, so you're 30-ish less. Yeah, so you have more AC than me. You have 20 less mitigation though, which is interesting. Mitigation also is impacted by your defense. Your spell damage is at 75 more than me. Are you wearing wizard epics though? And then 358 healing. Yeah, my healing is a little low, but I don't think do you benefit from healing? Do you have druid? I think you do have druid. Like, this puts me to 480 spell damage. So I could be similar if you use, you know what I mean? If I pop on the, my epics. What is epics? Anyways. And then, I think overall we're pretty similar, but you have a ton more heroic charisma, right? What's your H chat? Because I'm at 20, and I think you're like at like 60 or something crazy. To Swarm? You mean like Arcane Overkill? Yeah, you have 66. That 46 extra heroic charisma is very significant. You know, that's basically a free Tash that stacks with Tash. So that's what's going to be interesting. I really am curious to see how well your build lands nukes and DPSs against mine without heroic charisma. I do have Sense of Darkness. The problem with Sense of Darkness, I'm going to have to test this more. So when I have a long duration DPS tank fight, I feel like what my most efficient way to deal DPS is, you know, especially if they're resistant, is that I will go low level fire nuke, and I will spam the shit out of that while I rotate dots. Because that's going to have the absolute least resistance, because of Scent of Terrace gives fire debuff. It'll also give poison debuff, which means I can rotate my poison dots. So yeah, like a low level fire DD. And here's the thing that's really cool. Because of pyromancy, with a low level fire DD, I can actually trigger pyromatic ignition, which is essentially another cascaded decay that bypasses resists, and it does about the same damage. And I can basically double stack cascade, and I'll be triggering prismatic strikes. So that means I'd get the the bonus from that. And prismatics actually bypass resist checks as well, or not bypasses, but it takes advantage of the lowest resist of the mob when it tries to land. Or I guess it's the average, I guess we learned recently. But anyways, the point is, I think that's going to be my most efficient long-term fight DPS route. But I got to test it to find out exactly. Essentially, do a bunch of AA clicks, get all those dots rolling, get leech on it, and then just turn into fire nuke mode or into life tap spam mode, right? Just to maintain little health regen clicks. Anyways, that's my theory. Back to the code. In fact, that's something I should be writing in here. It's going to be like late game high AA and late game mechanic tricks. And in cases where you have a high hit point boss mob that you cannot burn through fast, you can go into economical DPS mode, which is leech and trigger Cascade of Decay. Always keep Cascade up on the target. I can't really talk about the synergy because that would be wizard, but we can talk about that. Click your life tap duration items, Death Speaker staff. This is where I'd like to link stuff. So how do I need to hotkey the item thing. I think it's this. I would say click, we don't know the ID, but the name is Demilich Skullcap. And the door just had ring. But there's no one there. All right, I'll be back. I'm gonna go check it. Yes, the insane number of live tap procs is absolutely true. There is a ton of them. Okay. So, another one. Elder Spiritists. By the way, Primetime, if you're still around, do you plan to have an embed for items as well, or spells? I noticed you say item detail. Is there a spell detail? No. That would be another feature request for you. Okay. When you create the proc hover, perfect. Okay, so what I'll do is I can do this. I don't refree till the new year, so I'll have to tame. I'll have more time to knock some stuff out. Yeah, dude, all good. You don't referee. Yeah, because you said you did referee stuff. I remember you saying that. It's really not a big rush or anything. It was more just, you know, I'm keeping you a to-do list. Okay. And if you're going to do that, I will be making the item links on and spell links on anything I write for guides and stuff. Figure if I do it once, other people will learn how to do it, and then we can have it for future stuff too. That works. We need to improve it though. The guide, it's still a little hacky, and people have tending to just go use other guides and not really, you know, leverage the wiki. The wiki needs improvements, basically. Specifically for things like how do you double epic, right? Like Wizard Epic has some bugs and people figure it out, but then they don't really, we don't update the wiki about that stuff. So that would be huge, as Dead Zergling learned firsthand, I believe, recently. And yeah, triple epicing Bard and stuff. Yeah, the general rule of thumb I've learned is whenever you do an epic, if you ever have a part where you say like a keyword and then it summons an item for you, just repeat it over and over and over and over. Or if you ever have a part where, like you can turn in an item and then you could potentially turn it in multiple times, that's usually a good idea. But specifically the keyword hailing summons, you want all you can get. Anyways. Death Blossom gives... How much are you up to, Dead Zergling? Yes, exactly, prime time. That's the big one. But there's a few of them like that have... The real issue with Wizard is that like when you finish it, it like resets your True Spirit faction too. 800k? Yeah, you're moving up there. But are you keeping an eye out for like Heroic Charisma Augs and stuff still? I keep an eye out for the Intellect Augs. And I also look for... I'm still trying to finish my Armor Protection. But I'm actually 3 legendaries away from a full set of Happy I'm Good gear. Yeah, I think... Unless I can put something in my charm, which that would be an interesting thing to see if your query can do that. Let's go to primes. Let's see if you can do this. This is a trick or a tricky thing to do. You need a stat filter. No, I need a slot filter. I don't know if you can filter it. Let's see. Okay, you do have augments. And I want it to be charm usable. This is a weird query. Small UIX feedback, Prime, if you're listening, is the text to check marks in the center is a little weird. It's not an end of the world thing, but it's a little hard, like in your brain, to see focus effect, check mark, item type, check mark. And there's like no spacing. I don't know if you should new line that or like tweak it, but like maybe gapping it a little bit between each one. I don't know. I'm just little quick feedback on that. So Adventurer Stone would, but I don't think it's possible to get the Adventurer Stone. And it's also evolving, and you'd have to do Eldon junk to get that. Pretty sure these are all GOD drops. But I don't know. Let's see. It says that no mob drops it. Okay. What about these? No mob drops it. Right. Which I could technically cross-check. This thing doesn't tell you, by the way, just quick feedback, it doesn't tell you the AUG type. So like if you look in game and you look at any AUG, it tells you this item fits in slot types of 1 and 2. See that? That data is missing from AUGs. Like these are items with AUG slots, but are these actually AUGs? This one has no slots, but I can't tell, like this one, what exactly, focus spell type 3. I don't know if that type 3 is maybe what I'm asking about. And I think you're tapping into zones that don't actually.
Thanks for the follow, Zarkani01.
Thank you for the follow, dude. Zarkani01. And that's fine. Let's go of intellect real quick.
Thanks for the follow, Beef Stew Plays.
Thank you for the follow, Beef Stew Plays. Okay, so let's look for one that we know, which is the flawless turquoise fragment of intellect. So this item in game, well, I have an heroic version, but you know, same difference. It is 12 intelligence, fits in 1 and 2. This has none of that. It does say type 6 slot, which where's this type 6 slot even coming from? Oh, it's this slot. It's the ornament. I see. So the ornament slot is being shown, but not the, yeah. Okay. Anyways, that's important data. Like for example, I'm trying to find a item that goes in my charm, you know, and it's kind of a pain. I think you're not the only one that suffers from this. So let's try to find the same thing with Retribution Zalaclone. I think it suffers from the same problem. So we want a AUG type 1 that I think you do it by slot in here. Let's see if this works. So here you can see it says augmentation slot type 1 and 2, and the item type is augmentation. Okay, so that's more clear that the Adventure Stone would fit in that slot. And then here's some others. This is the same list as what you have, so that's good. We know though from your data, a lot of these don't have spawns. I do like, by the way, that when I'm using your site, I'm not having to like click close. The page has it all inlined. You know what I mean? And then I can like just click that for a quick NPC inquiry. All right, so let's reset it. Yeah, I think my only complaint though, like there's a lot about your site I like, but the complaint is the whole not being able to link it. You know, that's the downside. Maybe, I don't know if you can easily update the URL, you know, and make it where it just auto goes to the update embed. Whoa. Site's struggling for some reason. Cool. So let's do augments again. You probably notice all the things I ask usually aren't super hard asks. Because I know, you know, from my knowledge of like, yeah, this is a big query. I understand. Which that could be another thing to consider is pagination. But yeah, you are close to the same. Another thing that might be worthwhile to expose, this is minor though, but is like the item ID. Because I use the shit out of item IDs personally. And because like, for example, oh, does this drop from a quest? Let's find out. You know what I mean? Boom. No results. Take out the 20 million though. No results. Okay. Timeless alacrity. So according to this, there's only 50 total items. And according to yours, you got a ton more because you're getting into Seas of Destruction, I think. With the face 8 art lock shards and stuff. But you are bringing up like required level 100%. By the way, that's another weird thing. Some of these courageous ogs are doing that. This is required level 105%. Yeah, I think rec levels you always have it at percents. But yeah, I think you're pulling from tables that don't have, or you know what I mean? That's another zone issue, I guess. I don't know. It's not the end of the world. So from the looks of it, we may not be able to fill our charm slot with an AUG anytime soon. If I'm doing these queries right. Ah, so those aren't even supposed to come listed. Sorry. Well, I'm finding bugs. You said wooden figurine should have one? You mean the AUG is called wooden figurine? Like these mana AUGs? Yeah, I'm trying to find an AUG that fits in my charm slot. From what I can tell, there is just nothing. And that's fine, but that's what I'm cross-checking. Like, that's what I'm trying to validate. Because it's kind of a pain to query for that. So it's a good, like, stress test, you know what I mean? And Mod still hasn't fixed his site, unfortunately. Sorry, this is hilarious. So PFO set a bug report. I see a huge difference in AA experience drop while nothing has changed. Level 17, lower Guck, same mobs, with Echo experience playing, getting bonus. For the same round, same mobs, I was about a week ago getting around 4 AAs. Now it is 2.2 AAs. 50% drop, and I tried it more than once. Could it be that while Echo of Experience is showing the songs, but maybe it's not doing anything? And now, since I've created 2, maybe 3 more alts, I deleted 4 to 5, maybe 6 characters, experimenting new in the EQ world, and my highest is 35. 30, the EXP drop, I may need to rethink about alts or drop them all if this is not a bug and it is intentional. We didn't nerf EXP and trying to grab a fresh instance of Elguk. We had a 20% bonus going over the weekend. It was a 50% bonus and going on and off. More likely that if your results today are less than your results from a week ago, you'd get the needed 600 to 800 AWare. Yeah. This does bring up a good point. We may want to shift the holiday experience into a visible song, you know. You have Sweaty Bird Farmer as one of your epic or one of your titles. Hey Joe, how's it going, dude? I just did an 8 respec and maxed out Imitate Death. There's a 12-minute timer. I logged out and retest, same problem. This has been an issue for a long time. For some reason, a haste making something instant. A hastening of AAs, transforming it into an instant AA causes weird timer side effects. I'm not fully sure this solution, but essentially letting the timer fade, CD reset, logging out, logging in, then trying it may remedy it. There's some weird process like that needed to stop the misreport. But not to say your findings is discredited. It's definitely wonky. You killing Spearrock Lords to get Sweaty Bird Farmer? Is that literally a title? That is so epic. Hey Jester, how's it going, dude? I'm just chilling. I really should go do my dailies, and I should actually go eat too. And I've started my guide. Does the birds in South Carolina count? I could make that my secondary bind. Just go there and kill it every 10 minutes. But Timorous Deep is instanced, isn't it? Oh. You literally have to go farm Sky and kill the Spearrock Lord 101 times. That is so dumb, but also amazing. That's hilarious. I like it. Okay. Use Mana Stone in combat. This requires using Summon Companion to fade aggro or Death Piece. The idea is the moment that aggro wipe occurs, you will re-aggro nearly instantly. But you can click your Mana Stone right before re-aggro and get a click off. There you go. I guess I could also make Prismatic Strike but yeah. This is like my scaffolding. I'm going to probably improve it soon. I'll go ahead and commit it. It's not comprehensive yet, but I'm getting started. And I got pinged somewhere. The best title. The Sweaty Bird Farmer. That is hilarious. Okay. So, next, we're going to go ahead and double check it real fast if it's working. So now we have classes and abilities, classes, and then soon there'll be a guide page there. Debating what I want to eat for lunch. This should be done. Posted a scaffolding. The image didn't work. Why did the image not work? Guides is fine. But Shin Necro fails. Huh. Images, Shin Necro. Did I not upload the WebP? Ah. It's supposed to be in guides. Okay, tell you what. I'm gonna go do my dailies. I'll go kill Faradar real quick. And then I'll go eat. So does anyone want to kill Faradar with me? Does anyone need VP clear? Sure. Since I'm already in the zone, I'll just evac. You don't need VP key. Did you finish your dragons? Oh, and Martins, absolutely. Did you finish your Kunart dragons is what I'm asking. Well, go ahead and send me a tell if you're interested. Oh, you don't even have Kunark yet. Let me think. How can I make that quick? I could make it quick. Can you go to you want to go to East Commons, dude? So, Martins, are you cool with waiting a bit? I'm going to go do some flagging for the Kunark guy. Yeah, send me a tell with your name, dude. Ugh. I'm Shin in game. There we go. All right, so come to East Corona and let's recap what you actually need. So you need to kill, if you killed Nagy and Vox, you're now in Kunark, right? Ooh, oh, it's my. You there, Vadu? Trying to invite you to group. Says you're still in Bazaar. Can you recommend some high priority wizard AAs I should go for as a warrior wizard shaman? Good question. Okay, well, the chat is delay a bit much. Discord. Well, that aside, I'm inviting you to group. And I'm trying to ask for you to come to e-comments, which it looks like you did. And yeah, we can hop on Discord. Let's see. Let's just go in group 1. Yo. All right, I've been spam inviting you. I'm in Discord. Are you like having internet issues? Something wrong? What's going on, dude? I wanted to do this real fast, so I don't know what's going up. Are you Bunker? Is Bunker Vadu? All right, well, hopefully you can get. Oh, there you go. You got an invite finally. Cool. Can you hear me on Discord? You're fine. We can just listen. You can just chat in the game now. As long as you can hear me. I'm trying to get that confirmation first. You're only using C#, Discord, and Golang? Right on. Let's go ahead and switch over into Sparks mode. And sorry, Abro, I should give you a refresher here in a sec, but I'm trying to get this sorted. Is there a good spot to report people who cut in line on Epic NPCs? Those outright cheating? I don't know, honestly, Dead. Like, where that's the best at. But, okay, so Vadu. You have Vox and Nagy, correct? Let me just port you, and we'll see what happens. Okay, so, sorry, bro. High priority was AAs would probably be improved twin cast, prolonged destruction, and frenzy devastation are probably really good ones. Okay, so you can access Kunark shit. Good. So follow me over here, and we'll start up this, and we'll get you Gornair. And improved familiar is good because it's a perma like 12% chance to crit and like a 10% increase in damage. It's a bit costly, but getting those clicky ones is nice just for the fast burns, I think, for Wiz. I'm trying to think what else. If you get mana issues, Arcane Overkill, and obviously things that increase your damage, I think, are more important than things that increase your crit chance. Because if you're using the burns, that makes you useful quicker. Because like one of those, the Frenzy Destructions or whatever, is like a 50% chance to crit bonus, which is pretty significant, even though it's a limited number of spells. When you need to clutch every 15 minutes, that's nice. And every 10 minutes, I think, for Frenzied. But yeah, getting those burns, I think, is your best bet. Also, Pyromancy and Cryomancy are pretty good. Specifically, Cryomancy, because you can make your shitty low-level ice nukes into something better just with Cryomancy maxed. It's a percent base, though, so it's not like the greatest. But, yeah, and then just mix in your Simp Strike. Click. Alrighty, let's kill ourselves a dragon. Oh, is he underground? No, he's just slow. Does Pyromancy stack, or do you have to choose one at a time? They stack. So if you look at my buffs in the top right corner of my screen, you see the ice and the fire. That's Cryomancy and Pyromancy. I usually put them as my top two buffs because I usually cycle between them with lures. Feel free to loot everything, and don't forget to hail.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Pyromancy isn't as good unless you have necro dot AAs or, like a class that gets dot AAs, because, it's kind of a form of cascaded decay though. So it's not like horrible damage even without, but you want those crits. Okay, so you've hailed. Did you loot anything? Loot it all, dude. You loot whatever you need, whatever you want. I don't need anything here. Does it work with flame arrows? Pyromancy? I think so. It just requires a fire spell that costs mana, essentially, and is an instant DD. Alright, let's do Talendor.
I crashed.
No worries. There you are. Invited back to group. Did you get the group invite? You can just hit Control I and it should just accept it. There you go. Anyways, we're heading south. Sitting there is not great because there's a whole bunch of crap there that just accumulates. Okay, awesome. I think I have nearly as many data A's as Necro Shaman. Yeah.
Oh, just an FYI. Like, I can hear you on screen, or stream, but not in Discord, so it's like delayed for me.
Oh, why can't you hear me on Discord? Let's see. Voice. Looks like I'm using it. Let's check. Testing. Yeah. It might be on your side, Adu. Oops, I didn't mean to zone. Give me a sec for that. We don't need a zone. Sorry. The echo's right there, though. Okay. So here's Talendar. Go ahead and quit your expedition once you zone back over.
Yeah, I hear you now. Oh, this is zone back.
Yep. Go ahead and quit your expedition.
Okay, quit.
Okay. Non-responding. Ready up. I'll just put things in group chat because apparently you can't hear me in Discord for some reason. Okay. Follow to Tal. Anyone have any issues with the Druid Epic? I've never tested it. Yeah, Abro. Unfortunately for like the maximum wizard awesomeness, you do need to like get all the stupid AAs. So it's like a 300 AA investment. But you can get some short wins. Tainted Mammoth took me over 5 hours to spawn. Other than that, the rest was okay for Druid Epic. This is what Papa said. Papa says... Yep. I guess I'll have to write a wizard guide next. Maybe I'll just start writing a guide for my 3 classes and just sort of talk about them in, I guess, me specializing way. And then other people can toss in other guides later as needed. Whoops. That's funny that you accidentally used your legendary null staff. Fortunately, those are very cheap, so it's not like a huge loss. All right, let's blow him up. Should I keep a gnarled staff? Yeah, absolutely, dude. Like if you look, it's a clicky simp strike. So definitely worth keeping around. It's simp strike 5. But only Wiz can use it, correct? Grats on loot. Don't forget to hail. Cool. We're going to go ahead and port to... Loot away. You got an RBB legendary. Nice. And a Cloak of Flames enchanted. That was a very generous Talendar. Alright, now we go southeast. You got a claw? That sucks, Riddler. Yeah, I need to sit down and see if I can figure out how to make my Twitch the like low latency mode again. Because it's super annoying when you guys are like waiting 60 plus seconds to talk with me. And he didn't leave the DZ. And he's owned. No. Yeah, I know, Dragon. In fact, output. Stream. Thought I had it on. Apparently, though, it's not.
You just left the TC, sorry.
You are on lockout for 9 hours. Did you get Sev flag? Yeah, Mixer did some really good stuff with that. I agree, dude. Hey, Stoic.
I don't have set flag, no. It looks like I do have this this DZ though, waiting for 9 hours. Yeah, you're right. Shit.
Shout out to Broken Stoic. You don't get a video?
We could do track.
It's transparent. Yeah, let's go do track.
Actually, no, you can't do. Well, yeah, we can do track.
This is where Big Z and Alec have been hanging out with? Yeah, I stole your friends, I guess. All good. Okay, so we're gonna go to track. Oh, there you go. So. I bet grouping with me is very trippy because I'm using like teleport bind and then I'm hopping over to, group teleports. I'm just all over the place. Anyways, we'll see though how you do. We'll do a big poll just because. Is Shin see-through? Yes, I'm using my Phantom mod for myself. I look cool. But I am the only one that can see it. Yep, I constantly mod myself. It's fun to keep it, spicy and interesting. Badly, I'm killing mobs when I'm pulling like this. Looks like a dwarf. Actually, I look like a gargoyle to everyone else right now. This is my gargoyle form. Okay, let's go kill more mobs. You mod yourself all the time in private. Giggity. So I got my floating text to work on my new cast variant, but it's still needing some TLC. So you just see a bunch of zeros floating on my screen, which is kind of funny. Anyways, we got Baron. Did we get Hierophant? Yep. Cool. You just pour over toe picks while eating chickens? Cheetos. Cheetos. Okay. Is that the blood? The blood is up. Is this the imp? No, it's just the Highbringer. Womp womp. You see all the numbers? I love it. It looks so pretty, even with the misses and stuff. So like the -6s are like reposts, the -4s are parries. Let me see how smooth it is. Like there's no lag because of the log file. That's the part I like. Anyways, we're just pulling everything around because why not? I guess we'll go to disco room real quick and then I guess we'll pull it all downstairs. I don't know. I'm not really planning this. I'm just sort of killing. You have lost 45 pounds since July. Can you again get those pounds back? Get some Cheetos in your system. Make you feel better too. You have to explain that one to me. Like, how does that work? If needing a log file, what is it taking data from? Well, have you noticed on the top right, there's 2 cast bars? The reason I'm doing that is, you know how you get a lot of item clicks that, like for example, my Demilich Soul Cap, you see that right there? It only shows Mortanum. That item never shows a cast bar. So I'm actually sniffing packets for that. So that's a packet. It's kind of like show EQ, but for like overlay. Yeah. So I got the okay from Kata. I just have to close source the thing. Guess we'll just kill it right here. Why not? So I don't know. Frenzied, Blade Guardian. Let him kind of gather a little bit. Let's see if I can channel. There's still some lag, but it's not super horrible. And the rest is still coming eventually, I guess. There they are. They're glitching through the wall. Yeah, exactly. That whole, like, sometimes works bullshit is what I'm fixing. Because that's annoying. Oh, I got all the Soul Reavers. Nice, I'm getting random ass mushrooms from the floor. Look, there's some Seb Jugs in here too. I ain't looting. I mean, Marauder Voodoo may. Let's see. What do we need? There was like Baron. There you go. Oh, I gotta go kill Track still, Riddler. I just haven't gone downstairs yet. Okay. Let's go downstairs. You can loot if you want. Okay, I copy your share item. Nice, Prime. I'll look at that in just a sec when I finish my dailies. Bloop, 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 bloop. Okay, let's aggro some rooms. Did they aggro? Not really. Oh well. That was the Myoconid there. Okay. So, we're gonna go... Looks like I pulled King Room. So I guess... We'll pull some of these little side rooms. Boop-a-doop-a-doo. It's going well, Matthews. Nice to see you, dude. Looks like he's fine. He's just running around a different path. He shouldn't aggro unless he goes south. He didn't. Good. Any ideas why one computer Alt-Z works and on another it doesn't? My keys are set to it? Not sure offhand on why Alt-Z would be messing up. You pull P when you pull mobs past your P raise just above? Yeah, apparently. I don't know. I'm just sort of pulling shit and seeing what comes. Alright, so he's here. So we can go ahead and just go to track. Do you have NVIDIA Shadowplay installed? Ah. That could do it. Anywho, let's get some taps going just in case I need it. Probably won't though. Hello, Miss Trackanon, or Mr. Trackanon, or whatever. Everyone gets a soul each while I wait for the army to get here. Or soul well, not soul each. You know what I mean. We'll pop up defensive. Doing imperators. They all here yet? I think so. They're getting there. Aren't these mobs new? There we go. Oh, he's taking damage. Probably should do an AoE before he dies. There you go. Notice my cast bar is perfect. You don't get that 20% early end either. He's probably dying because of track being up, but we killed track. So Grats dude. Nice little Blood Ember. Legendary drop. Cool. So next, if he had Sev, we'd be done. But we don't know if he had Seb or not. Let's just teleport by in.
Sick!
So, you don't really have... You may not have Sev. Did you kill him? Okay. I'll do Chardock B real quick. Are you on AA mode? Probably. I've killed track 3 times a day every day since Kunark and never got a single Lego BP. Dude, he just got a Lego, a Lego runed bolster belt and Cloak of Flames off a towel. It was pretty nuts. Yeah, he can. I'm pretty sure he doesn't have it though. Unfortunately. I think I'm okay. I have tenacity up. I won't pull everything here. I gotta be a little respectful of the mobs here because they can hurt me if I get too many. Maybe get some arms. Or that's the bracer dropper actually. Valinon is arms. Kriznot is bracers. I'm gonna get summoned unfortunately, so that's a sign I gotta just blow him up. So Grats on arms. It's only reg, but those are pretty damn good arms. Where are you at? Let me target you. Let's see if he'll cancel whatever he's doing. He's casting. Maybe? I don't even know. Still busy. What is he busy doing? He's literally standing there and he's busy right now. Oh well. I guess he doesn't want arms. Trying to trade arms. Are you and Baz looking for porn?
I don't have anything going on. It's just like not letting me do anything.
Oh, okay. No worries. I'll parcel it later. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and pull more mobs. Open these annoying doors. And we'll go west. Ooh. Oh, he's just a regular sacrifice. I like yellows because I think they're named. But sacrifices are not named. He's taking damage from something, and I'm not sure where. No, he's right here. So that works. All these Imperators help him out. Don't think there was any interesting named in there, so. I think the armor kind of drops something interesting, but it's not like super duper interesting.
If you still have those arms, I'll take them. You are willing to part with them.
Didn't quite catch what he said. Something about the bazaar didn't quite go with. I didn't get that. Oh well. We'll just blow these up. He's starting to get hurt again from something. He wants the arms. Okay, cool. Got it. Yeah, I was like, I knew exactly what dropped it, so I just grabbed it real quick. Here, let's see if it works. There you go. And so I just ninja looted it since it's easier than getting through all the bodies, you know? Because, yeah, loot's a pain in the ass to manage when you have so many. I usually just target the mob's name and /loot. Okay. Wizard problems. First world problems, yeah. First wizard problems. I need to clean up the interrupts and some other, messages that you get. But that was because we had bag codes. Never mind. Okay, we're going to bring these guys with us because they can be my little soul well. They can be my blood banks. Come here, guys. You keep me alive, right? Okay. So these guys hit hard, but I have a lot of them tapped. As long as I can kill you fast, we should be fine. So tenacity, improved, focus, prolonged, boom. And Voodoo zoned out for some reason. Oh, he must have accidentally clicked. Zone out. They're all over. Alright, we're doing alright. Might be in trouble though, because the soul leeches may start fading. Let me use, no, I'm still getting 100% each kill. Let's switch to AoEs, just to finish off my blood banks. See, that was pretty clean. Tanked a bazillion mobs. Okay. Karu dropped boots and ring. I'm just going to loot him. It's easier than bringing this to him. And he aggroed 2 mobs. Let me go help him. Someone asked about shield and weapon. So Jester, here's shield and here's weapon. Okay, and we're going to go ahead and port. Let's just go home. And I can give him the stuff. There's the ring. Here's the boots. Yeah. Congrats. So, thanks for grouping, dude. Gonna go do VP. Love you. That's funny. All right. Who was holding off on me for VP? Okay, let me scroll up. I can find it that way easily. It was Snore. Martinez. All right, I just invited you to group, dude. Let's go hit that up since he doesn't have access. I'll either meet you in Skyfire or I'll come port you if you can't DZ port. So, anyways, I went with the Shield of Starry Nights because I really like how AC bypasses soft cap that's on your shield. And if you double stack AC Yogs on it, I don't think you can beat 120 AC in Kunark without this combo. So that's 120 bypassed AC from soft cap is the reason I kind of went that route. I mean, 12 spell damage isn't horrible either. And, the various resists and stuff. But that was my logic with that. And then I recently switched back from my epic. I was dual wielding Wiz epics, but I'm lazy and I didn't like having to hot swap to get life stealing on there. So I went back to the Scimitar of life stealing. I haven't even made this legendary yet because I just don't care. Like, I don't melee. The only time I even turn on attack is for rage. And I don't even use rage that often. Like, I used it during Korokust on that whole fight just to kind of, keep me off, like help off the edges while I was waiting on cooldown for my 3 AoEs. But I don't honestly use it that much. So Martin's, I'm going to hop off voice, by the way, sorry. The problem with Shield of Elders is you can't put AC Ogs in them. I have a Shield of Elders, actually. I'll show you what I mean. All right. Quitting this DZ, non-respawning, ready up. Do you want to pick up or do you have teleport to DZ? Yes, they're caster only Ogs. And the Shield of Elders doesn't allow, it's only plate classes. So I can't put those Ogs on there. So even though this says 80, I can never exceed 120 with that on. Just meet me in East Commons. Unless you're really close. Oh, okay, cool. Are you almost... do you need VP and that's it? Like, do you need Faradar, or do you care about any of these other mobs? And do you have a fade? I'm not really sure who you are, build-wise. Yeah, you're a monk and rogue. You can SOS over. Oh, you've never done VP. Okay. Well, we can do a proper clear if you like. I don't care. Are you able to zone in? I see you in Vishan. The Echo guy is in the back left. Just grab that. Okay, so we can clear. We can do like normal-ish. Trying to think. Do I need any clicks? Looks like I needed that. Do I still have Simp Strike? Yeah. So. Gotta be careful with the Frenzied Rachnors because they can make me fade. So just be ready to imitate death at a last minute notice if you need it. Because I might flop and you'll get all this aggro, so just careful about that. Otherwise you should be fine though. I was watching another streamer and it made me curious about something. Zach seems to know how to do almost everything works here. How many procs can one attack do? How much does it determine which proc will cooperate? No. Is there's one limit? Is that a question or is that a statement? Like an example? Because it was kind of funny how you said it. I think that's a question. Okay, sorry. Just the way you worded it. Oh, sweet. I finished this legendary. Oh, wait. I'm killing Hoshkar's pet. Give me 1 sec. Sorry. I'm kind of doing 3 things at once. I'll answer your question here in a sec, though. Oop, we aggroed a Basilisk somehow. Doesn't matter, though. Okay. Why is my spike on him? Whatever. Here, let me tap. Okay. He says he has found the Mr. Smarty Pants would like your answer to these questions. Gotcha. There's no pool of procs that each roll on any given. There's a priority to them though, and underrating item versus spell effects, for example. So yes, first of all, there's 2 categories of procs. Category 1 is spell procs. Category 2 is weapon procs. Treat them as 2 entirely different, mechanics and systems. They don't really work together. And sorry, let me kill him faster because Snore is in trouble. He's getting a little low on health. I don't know if he has a heal. So let me see if we can... Oh, he's got a heal. Okay, we're good. I noticed he was struggling a bit there. And I have no heals. That's one downside of my build, is it's very selfish. So let's talk about Augs and procs and things like that. So whenever you use a weapon proc, and also somebody wanted to join the group, Burnt, did you want to come in on and you need to increase your resist a little bit there, dude. So just for future's sake, handy clicky to stop the dots, Martins. You can take everything. I don't need any of that. And we may have a third. If you want to come, Alex, you totally are welcome to. On any character, as long as you have access to here. A 25% increase is nothing for me. Okay. So. Yeah, you got hand of piety and stuff. So we're going to have another join, Martins, so we'll wait a second. The answer to your question, if you're wearing a one-handed weapon, okay, and you do a weapon proc, what happens is there's first a roll to see if you quote-unquote proc, okay? It tries to proc, and it will initially do your combat proc that's on the weapon itself. So in this case, Spirit Tap would be the first roll. It will look at your modifier and it basically rolls a dice and says, okay, your proc rate modifier is this, blah, 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 blah. And you can either succeed or fail. If that roll fails, it has a fallback mechanic where it says, okay, that failed. What about the next proc? And that's where, in this case, my blackened lava rock would proc, which does the strike of Yakesha. And again, it does the roll, sees if it succeeds. If it fails, no biggie, it gives up. So that's like a perfect example, right? Another kind of twist to that is, let's say you're reaching what's called the PPM limit. So there's a timer being tracked on every single weapon proc that essentially says you can only proc up to X times per minute. And if you hit those PPMs, I believe, this part don't quote me on, but I believe if you reach PPM on the weapon proc, it will fall back to like the AUG procs until those get reached as well. I don't know though, confidently, if that is, I could look at code and figure it out. If those timers are AUG specific or not. I know it is for spells. So this same sort of mechanic was spells. Dude, I am absolutely destroying mobs now. Where if you hit PPM, it won't hit the AUG. There is a possibility that's the case. I gotta look at the code again. Anyways, and then the other thing is, okay, what if you use Rage of Rallo, Zek, or Bloodlust, right? The ones that make you guarantee proc. That's fine. What happens is it will always cause 100% proc rate with timer bypassed on whatever your first two proc thing is. So for example, if I have a weapon, right, and it has no proc on it, like natively, but then I put an AUG on it that does a proc, that will be the first in line, and that's what would be procking every swing, right, while you have Bloodlust or Rage going. So you can kind of see the fallback mechanic, even just based on if you run those skills, what procs, right? So like if the weapon has a proc, that takes precedence. So some other curveballs, if you are wearing a two-handed weapon and you proc, you actually can proc two AUGs or, two slots. So either like the weapon proc and an AUG or etc. I believe on the same swing, like attempting to attack, you can get double proc, but it has to be off of a non-Bloodlust and non-Rage. Could be wrong on that, but there's some sort of mechanic where you, as a balancing thing, yes, bow and two-handed weapons essentially can double dip in the proc mechanic. And that was a balancing thing because before that, dual wielding was king because you were getting procs on both weapons, right? And they both have their own timers. And so then two-handers was never a good candidate because of that. So, all right, here's Axe. We're kind of just taking our time while we wait for him. But how many AAs per hour are shown on my screen? None? Perfect. I'm slowly dying to Death Piece. I have so many health though, like Death Piece isn't as dangerous as it used to be for me. Or not Death Piece, Death Blossom, Death Bloom. And like you said, spell proc and weapon procs are totally separate mechanics, but they work similarly. Yes, in a lot of what I said, it's relatively similarly. What I mean by relatively is I want to say, again, don't quote me on this because I haven't deep dived this recently, but like top slot spell buff that has a proc is going to get first in line opportunity to proc if your PPMs are reset. Because remember, there's this like timer that's saying once you hit X, once you hit X procs and you've reached your PPM limit, stop allowing procs. So, and once that gate's hit, it will fall back to the second and the third. I could be wrong on that whole mechanic though. You guys that have like stacked multiple proc weapon buffs, do you know if you've ever seen a single attack that had multiple buffs apply on that single attempt? Like, you know what I mean? Can you get multiple procs to apply on a single swing? I only have Vampiric Embrace, so I haven't tested that heavily. Also, how the hell am I doing crazy damage? Or is that Snore? I think Snore is actually our DPS. Yes, Snore is doing a lot. I'm doing a lot too, but I haven't grouped in a while, so I feel like everything's blowing up fast. And I'm like, that's not me, is it? No. I think it's Snore. I think. Kind of hard to tell. Anyways, let's go ahead and kill Silverwing. Sorry for the surprise aggro. I'll put on improved paraders for you guys to heal a bit. And I'm going to go ahead and burn them. This will be pretty fast. Or should be pretty fast, we'll see. Yeah, see, when I burn, these dudes just fucking melt. Okay. So, Grats. And because I have a burn up, let's get some mobs. How long do I have? I have 60 seconds and 4 burns, but I also have twin casts with 60 seconds with 5. So let's get some mobs. We'll get to the Tyrannosaurus Rexes, and then we'll go ahead and burn them all. All right, ready? Earth-shattering kaboom! Yeah, I'm liking the hit point augs. I feel a lot more comfortable than I did with AC. It takes effort for them to kill me now. All right. Time for Nexana. And grab a few more mobs. I mean, I guess that's a little bit more than a few. I have tenacity up if I absolutely need it. I might. Let's try to get a tap off real quick. Or better yet, I can just use my... Yeah, we're good. Okay. Blow these guys up real quick. Grab a Mortanum click. Some life tapping. Cool. AoEs are up again. Sadly, the worms are a little too far away. Okay. We good. So a little pro tip, Elder Flame Protectors and Primeval Onyx are what you want. Those are the money bags. They're going to drop the best dogs, potentially. Okay. The death bloom's up. I'm going to go ahead and hit that. I'll be a little careful pulling Nexon on or not, because I don't have my full burn up. And I'd rather have mana. So we'll kind of respect the room. A little bit. Alright. That's good enough. Now we can kill him. I'll put tenacity up if I need, but he seems pretty trivial. I just don't have any of my burn, so it's going to be a little longer fight. Let me push an AE so you guys don't worry about that. I guess I do have to use tenacity. Careful snore. I'll try to get AEs off. I don't know what's killing you. Trying to get all the ads off you if I can. I actually need to get Leech onto a reserved hotkey. Fall back to that DPS if I need. So what's killing you, dude? Is it like a damage shield? Is there like an AoE? I'm actually kind of curious on what's hurting you so much. Cool. So we got Sprinkler Suffering and a Keshin Broadaxe. Brats whoever. I don't care. I'm snared, so give me a sec while I slowly limp to the next. Yay, I'm free. Got a knock from Drachnids. 55 hit point, 5 AC. Interesting. Just using a Mana Stone, Jester. Just your good old-fashioned Mana Stone. Oops, that was a little dangerous. There we go. I'll just recover to 61% health with one life tap. Yeah, it works everywhere. When I'm trying to fast fight, I'm using lore all the time, so the mana cost is crazy, and so I'm just eating myself as I run to the next spot. Probably should actually bring a few. We can kill 5, even if I have low health, pretty sure. There we go. Especially if I just turn on Rage. Come here. There we go. Pass a Mortanum on. Maybe a Lifesteal or Soul Well. And then follow up with some AoEs. Let me read that a little more closely here in just a sec. Okay, I need a little bit more mana, so let me... Are you cool to tap or pad me, Axe, if I need? Probably. I think you are a healer in some form. Cool, thanks, dude. I'll let my health go a little lower and you can toss a healer too. Same with Snore if you want, but... In fact, Snore, you need to get a mana stone. So you can just eat yourself while, you know, you're chilling with low mana. Anyways, let's do this. We're just going to pull all three. I'm AoEing, so I shouldn't have ad problems. I'll go ahead and use defensive. Something, oh, it's the door. Okay, someone pulled Drew's Guardian. Oh shit, sorry. I think you were killing the ad and didn't work out so well, did it? He was a little too far for me, so I'm not sure if my AoE was hitting him properly. But yeah, they hurt. Give us just a sec and we'll res you. Oh, I'm killing this Guardian, but I think it's healing? Weird. Screw it. Let me just kill Drewsk. Sorry, I'll look at chat when I'm being less crazy on my polls and stuff. I honestly should put Soulwell on all the ads, but oh well. We're getting all our twin casts back. Okay. We can probably safety res him safely, but we may as well finish these off with. Yeah, what are these guys doing? It's interesting. They get like a self-heal of some form. Kazit's Mark? No. Interesting. Anyways, we got a Maelstrom and a Sarnex Summoning Staff. Let's go ahead and res click you real quick. And let me read up. The reason I brought up proc question is because of Rogue Shadow Knight using Poison and Touch the Curse, the spell that adds Life Leech, and how often their leeches may not go off because of the poison. No, they're totally different proc mechanics. You can have up to 4 spells in the same round, so can all fire. Yeah, the key thing, more so than like will it fire on the same cast or not, has to do with the fact that it's so nice to have health. You can treat it like this. in the code or your character, you have timers, and those timers are your worst enemy. Typically, it's not your proc rate that's your enemy, and it's not your, your dex or any sort of like that. Typically, your biggest enemy is literally just, the freaking whatchamacallit. The biggest enemy is your PPM, and it's a limiter inside of the code that basically says you cannot proc more than X times a minute. And you hit that PPM pretty often. It's very unlikely that you're going through, especially with all the buffs and hastes and shit, and not triggering your PPM limit. And for like Vampiric Embrace, I want to say it's, people have said it's like 6 or 9 PPMs per, so like you can't proc more than that many times. So anyways, but each PPM is per buff slot. So you can treat it like you have 4 timers that are kind of being watched. And the whole objective is, can you, do they conflict, poison and touch of the cursed? And my answer is no, I don't believe so. Oh shit, I'm dying. Sorry. Oof, is that a lay on hands? Thanks. Apparently I pulled a lot more than I was planning to. Yeah, I'm getting rocked. Let me pop Furious and look at him. That is a lot of mobs, so it's not like it's that surprising, but there we go. We're good. Was I purpling and you actually got a freaking lay on me? Is that what just happened? That was kind of cool. Oh, wow. You just had a really good heal. I mean, I have all the, extra health when you die or on the ground. So it's not like it's unheard of. Delay death, I have... What's 50 times 15? How do you level the bridge? You gotta have Lev. I'll come grab you if you need help. Yeah, so I have 750 extra health after I'm like on the ground. And I'll actually give levitate. Yeah, normally you just levitate over. Sorry, try now. Here you go. So Zygoz is pretty easy, in my opinion. I probably won't even burn. Guess I was a little low on mana though, but oh well. I can always turn on mana conservative burn mode, which I need to get more active about. Oh, you're gonna hit me a little hard, aren't you? Rude. I was busy dotting. You need to stop that. I know you're angry. You don't have to get it off on me. Yeah, so that gave me ignition. EB dotted. All right. Feel free to loot up. And we'll go start clearing Faradar. Did we run by these mobs last time? I thought I pulled all that junk. Oh, they must have tethered. Yeah, they can do the ping pong, which is always funny looking. Like if you ever wanted to properly kill all these with like an AoE, this is what you do. You can just exploit the fact that they don't summon and just run back and forth like this and just watch them dance the zone. Like a Benny Hill. Oh, Snore died. Sorry, dude. Anyways, I don't know where Snore died. Do you guys know? Your guide will be with you shortly. No! GM bus. Am I really gonna kill him here? I don't know. I can always kite him and then blow him up and then kite him some more. You can tell I'm ready for Velius when I'm so bored at clearing one of the harder zones. I'm just like looking for things to make it more exciting. Yeah, I feel like the hit points is paying off better than the mega stacking AC. It's just nice to have that comfy pillow of raw health. Just a little behind you. Okay. Let's go find him while this mob slowly dies. It says right here, click. I think it was the tethering that killed you. I had more fun pulling 50 plus mobs and Dulac in a full group, but the zone was lagging hard. Look up. I clicked. It says you're out of range. You're unable to restore. Did you get a res? It says it accepted it. Or it said it resed you. That's funny. Levitating death corpse. There you go. Flop. You know why you died? Because you're a halfling disguised as a dark elf. That's why you died. Your life decisions made you die. Who would be a halfling? Who would willingly choose halfling out of every single class? OMG. Halflings are literally the worst pick. The only redeeming factor of a halfling is sneak. Oh yes. And you're literally going to bring up Ogre as a cool pick too, man. I don't know what to say to you. I'm rethinking bringing you into the group. No. Come on. Why are you guys hurting me so much? Give me some Soulwell love. Why are my Soulwells doing so shitty? Give me some crits, please. Fine, all Imperators. Don't die, Axe. Fade, flame, something. Make him not kill you. It's the reset, I bet, that's really messing with you. Because it's, I popped defensive. But... Are you basically just patting me, Axe, the whole fight? Is that kind of what you do on the... in each pull? I'm just curious, like, are you usually just DPSing? Do you feel like a healer? Because I don't even know how much I'm really taking on all those pulls. These are all like boring Onyx Skywings. Here, I can be useful. You want to see me being useful? You ready for this? Well, you gotta wait 6 seconds. You know nothing about cool. Says the halfling that turns into a dark elf. Yeah, there's a bug with my transform. Weird. Anywho, you guys ready just to pull and kill the whole zone? I have all my burns up, so after these 2 mobs, we can just... By need, not will. Why do you need Dark Elf? Because you're blind as a bat being a halfling? And you need the Ultra Vision? You need the height recovery? Because you're so short? Oh, you need the actual usefulness for the clicky anti-dispel? There you go. Sorry, it's just funny. It's fun to troll. Height recovery, yes. Here. Let me give you some mana. I'll twitch you. Cool. Are you ready to blow some stuff up? My discipline's still going, so let's blow some stuff up. Do you want to go big kaboom? I think I can do it with this setup. All right, ready? So improved twin cast, frenzied destruction, high focus damage on Faradar. And then once I get all the ads, which by the way, it's going to hurt when all those ads are there. But there's some protectors. All right, here it comes. Uh-oh. We're in trouble a little bit. All right, prolonged AoE. I'll clear them so you guys don't die from all the ads. Oh, still a little struggle. Let's see if we can... Oh, here's the rest. Don't have all my AEs up. Okay, here we go. Tenacity, Resurgence, and here comes Gwyn's Gelid. Boom. There we go. Satisfying, right? And you can just see the spam of someone trying to fade aggro. Good job, guys. That was fun, right? Glorious. What AoEs did I just use? I'm alive. Good game. And grats, dude. You got the Gemstone of Tranquility, legendary, which is shit, and a Yenobs, which, you know, that's good money. Oh, I'm dying from Death Bloom, sorry. Bunny earring. Yep. And I wonder about that gemstone. Like, is it ever gonna be worth it? I don't think 4 mana regen will ever be worth it. So I use Supernova, Winds of Gelid, and Jill's Ice. Riddler wants to buy the ear, by the way. Do you two want to rand on it? Honestly, let's all rand on it. I could take money. Just rand 100, and this will be for the ear. Oh, Snore's got it so far. Grat Snore. Congrats. You're welcome. Was that a good first VP clear? Right on. I do know the regexes. The regexes know me. I'm going to take the AUG just because, but honestly, if you want it, take it. We're going to go ahead and teleport bind. I think we're done here, right? Yeah, we're done here. Boop. You guys can come along. How do I do a regex to exclude Tyrell in my Gina tail trigger? Well, you have to do like an optional thing. Here's what I recommend. Let me switch over to full screen. Thanks again for hanging out, Martins. Hope you had fun. And obviously, Axe, thanks again. You're a guildmate, so you don't get as much. So there's a site called Regex 101, and it's really nice for testing. And then also, I would probably just throw it into ChatGPT and be like, I need a regex that matches the pattern, tells you, yet if I ever get the message, what was it? Tyrell tells you, I want to ignore it as a match. Because there's going to be like an optional pipe flag probably. Yeah. And we can test this. There's a few different ways to do it. But now if we put this regex in here and we say, Tyrell tells you kick rocks, it's ignored. But then if we say, Bob tells you you're awesome, you can see the flag is now matching. And then what you can do is put a little dollar sign in here.
The Shy Jetty.
So there's your answer. And this is assuming that Gina uses PCRE regex, which I don't know if it does or not. But this is the PCRE 2 that it defaults to. And that should also work with Son of Tyrell. I didn't do a prefix, but if you ever got a tell from somebody that is named like Bob Tyrell or something, you would get the filter. Okay, let's see. Ekavo rar. Did I spell you right? Tell ECHAVO. Okay, it did work. Cool. Oh, I'm scrolled up. Thanks, ChatGPT and Zachary. Yeah, I mean, is Tyrell your pet? It's just, and I mean, you're getting this illusion up by now, huh? That's cool. This illusion was a lot of fun in the Hidden Forest. And anyways. Yeah, you could add other exclusions for other players and like pets and stuff for tells you if you wanted. Okay, so Grimpen asked a question of why am I using Supernova of other Jills? So it used to be that Jills was the way to go. However, Jills is actually one of the shittiest of the AEs when it comes to raw damage. Like if you look at Ice versus Supernova, Ice is only doing 594 damage, where Supernova is doing 854. And it used to be that the recast time was one of the big factors and the cast time. So now that cast time on every single Wiz nuke is down from 3 seconds, or down from an excess of 3 seconds to only 3 seconds, it's more of a debate. Big Z, you're funny. Ice can proc cryo though, right? Yeah, that is why I picked Jill's ice of all the different Jills. But I prefer Supernova because I will go for a high burn. I'll be like improved twin cast prolonged. And I want the mobs dead yesterday. And the fastest way to make a mob dead yesterday is to hit them with the hardest nukes you possibly can. So for me, spamming little Jills is not the same as spamming Supernova and Winds of Gelid. I would rather cast twice and have everyone dead than cast 6 times and slowly whittle them down with, Jills. And if you have enough spell damage, they're typically dead just with winds. And then Supernova will pretty much finish off the ones that don't die. And if you do have, like you saw in VP, I didn't always finish them off in one round, but they also had the 25% increase bonus. So anyways, that's my justification. I don't think that's always the best fit. Like, mileage may vary because the mana cost is, I think, pretty significant on a Jill versus Supernova. Yeah, because Supernova is 875 and Jill's is 313. So like if you're not able to regen mana easily, then Jill's triple stacking may make more sense. But you're losing DPS for that. And I'd rather mobs be dead than me have to fret over it. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Grimpen. Plus, my typical cadence is I'll go Winds of Gelid, Supernova, Jills, and then I'll do recovery. Like I'll heal real quick, or I'll, maybe throw a couple soul wells over, or I'll turn on rage, right? And then as that cooldown happens, you know what I mean? I just sort of tank them, and then I repeat the loop, and I go, Winds, Supernova, Gelid. Sometimes I'll do Jills early, right? Like depending on the cooldown or whatever the situation is. But I kind of like it when I want to AE, I want it to fucking hurt, right? So if I get an upgrade to wins, I'll put that up instead and probably downgrade Jill's even lower depending. So, but again, it's not like the must do. It's more of a what I do. Got a Larry hanging out over here, being all monk-like. Yep, I think he's AFK. But that was fun. We had a lot of interesting events. Okay, so YesJiff, who are you? Alt of someone, main, your note is empty. Did I invite YesJiff? I don't even remember. He went from being an SK to a monk. Yep. Oh, I have 23 A's to spend. I never put in my freaking robe again. I'm so dumb. There's so much distractions. Okay, that's Kushi. It's an alt of Kushi's. Okay, good. Kushi's alt. Done. Speaking of, we need to grab Kushi's grab some Tushi and say Jega TV on Twitch main. You like this? You can actually see people's names. You can see their Twitch names, which is so helpful for me. Like if you join my guild, which by the way, open recruiting, if you want to throw an alt or whatever. But it's nice that I can collaborate who's who, because like it's hard. Everyone's got weird names and random names, and I want to remember you, but it's hard. So let's go ahead, spend some AAs real quick. Works. My name is Shashao in game, but I am in CG's guild at the moment. Yeah, it's all good, dude. Nobody needs to join. I just like to note that if you aren't in a guild and you want to just hang out. Okay, so I said I would do dailies, and then I'm going to probably stop streaming and go grab some food, relax for a bit, maybe do a second session tonight. We'll see. I did stream for 5 hours, though. I think we're good. I'll put one of my characters there eventually. It's all good, Alicon. Honestly, more than joining the guild, I really appreciate it when you just hop in the Twitch and hang out and talk, and you know what I mean? We just chill and talk about shit. And yeah, I agree, Xiao Xiao. I've not made a single alt that has gone past level 1 since server launch. And I probably won't unless there's a real big justification for it. Yeah, Variety Void. I don't know why. I just feel it's nice to just focus on one character and do all I can to min-max it, which speaking of, I need ALP times 2 and an ELH. There are no ELPs for sale. And I don't think... there's a 35k. How much am I up to? I am fine. Cool. We can actually fix my OGs on this too, which I'll probably just mirror this with EH, or no, they're ARPs. So let's get those going. Cool. So enhanced health goes to you, our armor protection. I think I don't have my other, do I? These are all regs. I need a enhanced, wait, what did I need again? For my wrist, I still need the armor protection. For my head, I still need an armor protection legendary. Enhanced health legendary is for my ring. There we go. We take this out. And my wrist is still needing that, and my head is still needing that. And then I'm done. And all these OGs are just for whatever. What am I charm? It is that. Charm of Deception. Echo. I will provide temp, and I will nuke each mob. Did you know, Echo, that Heroic Bond stacks with Temperance? Heroic Bond is a lower cleric spell. That is an HP buff. But yeah, you can stack them. I have so many buffs. Yeah, dude. In fact, I didn't have all my resists up. Here's another one that's fun. The shot in bobbing corpse stacks with dead man floating, which gives you what? 70 plus 70 potentially, 140 poison resist. Yeah. So if you don't have one, snag yourself. Oh yeah, let's watch the market before people buy them if they don't have it. Bobble. It's fun to see. You can even just get a shitty rig and you can click it. Yeah, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, so 8, 9, 10, 11. So now we're down to 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. So that's 2 down. It's so funny when I mention something, how people just buy it from the bazaar. Yeah, so now we're down to 2 regs, 2 enchanted, 2 legendaries. And again, you don't need it legendary. Oh, now one of the Legos went away. You can even just use the reg. Yep. I think it's hilarious how whenever I talk, I can impact the market like the moment I talk about something. Okay, so you saw it. There was 5 regs, 3 enchanted, and 3 legendary. And just from me mentioning what I did, we're down to 4 in the market total. Yeah. Anyways, I think that's hilarious. Yeah, so literally, I gotta clip that kind of stuff, you know what I mean? Like, add a stream marker. Or someone do a clip of just me stating what I just did and and it's gone. Yeah. All the regs are gone. We're down to 2 enchanted and 1 legendary. All because I mentioned that this stacks with Bobbing Corpse and basically gives you trivial poison resist. What's the next item we need to buy? Speaking of, let me put that into my my little guide that I'm working on. I guess there should be like an item buy list. I usually like to do colon, Shishar, Death Speaker Staff, or what is it? Death Speaker. So that's pretty low right now. I remember those were going for like legendaries for a plat. Do you guys remember that? Because nobody knew like just how good they were. So well. Life tap dot that stacks on unlimited targets. Um, that is the THJ wiki. To start, you can just PR. You don't need access to PR. And then once you do a few PRs, you'll get access as a contributor, and then you can just direct commit, is usually the cadence we do. So what you do is if you go to the wiki, and then you hit edit page, it'll just go to the page editor, and that links you right to the file, and then you can edit the file. And when you go to commit, you won't be able to because you're not a contributor. So it'll ask you if you want to fork it. Yeah, you can fork the repo, PR it. It's really simple to start it. I have a little video here that tells you how to, run it locally. The guide, I believe, is still accurate. It uses Hugo, so you can just run the server batch file, and it runs a localhost server, and you can just edit the page. Yeah, exactly. So it's Hugo, it's Markdown. You can literally see I'm writing up some guides. In fact, I just added a new section for people to know about. If you go over to classes and abilities and classes, there's now a new guide section. And only Shin guides are here for now. But if you have time and you want to contribute your own guide thing, you just add your guide. So here's my guide on Necromancer that I'm working on, and I'm about to put the item buy list. In fact, it's already up. So those are what I just mentioned. I'm just writing up little details. There's a lot to do. I'll keep expanding it. I literally just started this today. I just formatted it in a way where you have class highlight guides, which focus on a specific class and talk about what they offer to you versus other picks. Compared to other picks. There you go. So anyways, and then I commit that, I push it up. It's all set up on CI/CD, so the moment your stuff gets accepted, within like 60 seconds, it's on the website. Simple as that. And it's all versioned with Git. I'm going to work on the class main node and make it more informational about what they bring and synergies instead of a list of class unique AAs. So providing context, I guess. Yeah, absolutely. So the only thing you might want to be a little careful on is overlap. There is a chance there's work actively being done on this. You may want to sync with Valorful on occasion. I'm getting pinged. It works for everyone. Dude, everyone doesn't know this. Nope. Yeah, let's go do that. Van braces. Let's see if we can impact the market for that. Elder Spiritist Van braces. Are there any legendary? Yeah, so these guys right here, they're a bit pricey. So the 8K and 7200, if you get the legendaries, 2-second cast time, 71 dot. So if you have a dot class, every class can click this. It's not Druid's exclusive. If you get the enchanted version, it sucks because it's half the cast, or it's double the cast time, and it doesn't. What should I say? You can't level it very easily because if you think about it, when you are not a druid, you can't put it in your power slot. So the only way you can get it legendary is if you hand it to a druid, they put it in their power slot, combine the items, and then ultimately use an unattuner to make it so that they can trade it back to you. So these two legendaries right here, that's hot stuff. Like if you're a necro class, or not necro, a dot class, you may want to consider grabbing these legendary druid clicks, because you can see mine here, and I'm a necro warrior wizard, and here I go clicking the drones of doom, and applying it on targets because it's doesn't have the class requirement limited. At least until they nerf it, which who knows if they will. I wish someone had told me that basically all spell crit AAs plus spell damage effects procs as well. Yeah, that's a big one. See, again, it's so hard to convey all the knowledge that's needed for the server. But I assume we can all handle git merge conflicts. We're big boys. I mean, yeah, I tend to have the mindset that if you can get it to the wiki, you have right first. You win. I don't think we've really ever had conflicts. We get mergers on occasion. There are some PRs that have happened in the past. You can always create a branch in PR. But the only thing I recommend is double check if there's been work. Because if you click any page, right? Like you said classes, I think. If you go to the classes page and you hit edit, and then you hit, I think you can see history real quick and easy. If you cancel changes and then go to history, you can see that Drake touched this, but just did some minor cleanup. But image links and me revamping the menu are the only other historic edits here. So this page, classes right here, this one has not been touched in forever. In fact, these links are still broken. They need to be fixed. I think some folks should merge from mainline master into their own branch before merging back into main. Yeah, I agree. I mean, for the most part, I'm trying my best to hand off the wiki to Valorful. So Valorful is usually your gatekeeper on like what's okay or not. And I'm doing that because I don't personally want to, have to do management too much, even though I'm the owner of the repo and all that. I'm usually just focusing on being productive, and I'm the call support for Valorful if he's got like a technical thing he wants to add or if it breaks. But it was in the middle of their little Kunart Ken test. No worries. And yeah, anyways, I honestly, personally, I don't care too much like on the pages and content and stuff. I just think the Kunart contest in combination with the fan-made THJ wiki just makes no sense. We need to consolidate knowledge and help on a server this size, I feel like. Well, I don't know what the Kunart contest is. Did I know what the Kunart contest is? One thing that's driving me nuts is it's a pain for Discord. Like, class theory crafting is kind of like guides, but it's so over the like comments and chaos. There's no like formality. This is like an issue with Discord in general. Even the wiki needs some cleanup, but at least, yeah, Discord search is awful. Speaking of, I noticed there was a bug. I'm going to see if it's still happening. No, okay, good. Like if you search for guide, here's all the different guides, and you can even see my, various links to mine. And also if you click guides, it's the first result. Simple as that. Give me the Cliff Notes. Yeah. And anyways, there's just too much knowledge, and it would be nice. What I was envisioning is with the guide page, this is going to be similar to League of Legends, if you ever use that, where it's like people post their opinions on like how you should build your class and all that junk. That's all this is, So eventually I'm hoping a lot of people start contributing and like formalizing their own guides and basically saying, this is how I play Bard. This is what you should be looking out for. Drake did that, Xiao Xiao, I believe, to some extent. Yeah. Keep in mind too that this whole server was not expecting this level of reception, so it's been huge. But yeah, you could treat this as like eventually, I'm hoping like when people say, "Oh, I want to be a necro," or "I want to, be built based on what you're doing, Zach," I can bring it to this page and be like, "Here you go. Here's the shit you need to know." Right? And then I don't have to verbally tell you each time because people ask me all the time, and that's all good. I appreciate it. But I'd rather it just be, "Here you go. Enjoy." And I'm also going to start a Warrior Necro Wizard guide. Yeah, Void. Here we are, 2,000 strong. It's insane. But I'm legit hungry. So I'm going to have to go eat. The sun is literally setting outside. 5-hour stream. That's funny. And yeah, nevertheless, the wiki is coming along, I think. I don't know if you also noticed what I just added. It's pretty big deal. I added Simp Strike items. It needs the notes and it needs the expansions fixed. But I threw up all the items at least. That's huge. And I literally just posted that earlier today. So here you go. We do definitely need to just hand note every single one of these and where to find them. That progression is all different. Yeah, I think this progression page is updated or being updated by, that's one of the areas what's his face is touching. What's his face? Sorry. I forget his name. Go to history. That's the easiest way to hit. Council, history. Yeah, C. Baylor has been touching that. And he's got a branch. He's been actively working on it. That's Alicon. Yeah. Wow, I'm actually telling everyone else about your changes. But yeah, you're doing a huge revamp. And that's awesome. More power to you. It's a pain in the ass to update a wiki and keep it going. In prime time, his website hopefully will be up soon. And when he gets his website done, we'll actually get item links working, which will be awesome. Because the wiki will then link to items and not require you to go on to ret clone, because the ret clone is not the best. The ret aliclone, yeah. But yeah, you see right now I'm casting Barrier of Force and I have no cast bar. This is the Wiz Epic. Yet mine is always picking it up and it's perfect. Like the moment my bar finishes, boom, I'm casting. Or if I use Invigorate, I get the spell bar. Oh man, so nice. So now Barrier of Force is broken compared to what it was earlier. Soul Well's good. Demi-Lich is still no longer clicking effect. My epic never shows. What helm do I have here? Is this Tolan's? Whatever. Anyways, I keep saying I'm gonna go eat. I will. Someone did buy one of the legendaries. That's funny. Yes. That is exactly what I'm doing right now, Alicon. We're bards. We all can click and move. This is why, like, Solstice Icy Wand is awesome. Yeah, dude. Everyone can use them. It's going to make a difference when you're killing the 2 million hit points of Vulak and you're just sitting there trying to be economical and trying to solo it and you just need all the damage you can get. Being able to free cast a spell is awesome. because it lasts 60 seconds and it'll stack with pretty much everyone except for druid shit. Druid spell stuff. Yeah, especially for 2 seconds. It is not. It's a steal. It's interesting. Class and abilities doesn't let you click the link, but then exploration and combat does. So what's different between these two? Because it has content. Nice. I'll go ahead and add that. Yeah. Keep in mind when you're like wondering why some wiki stuff, this is what the website was based on. I took Jamfest, copy pasted it, and that's what THJ Wiki was. And if you look at this, I have a lot of content. Here's all the Umbral armor. This actually may want to be copied over at some point. Here's the old Vexal key data. I used to actually show Raiden group. They're most empty. Highlights. This is how I did it. Pop armor. That'll be handy. But yeah, this is what, if you're in Omens of War, here's the Dark Rain progression. Which this is actually Dragons of Norath. Not Omens of War. That's in the wrong place. And then Norath Keepers, DON stuff. Here's the Depths of Dark Hollow. I was actually doing a Hunter list, which is kind of cool. Here's POR Hunter stuff. So Jamfest, by the way, was a server that was all about quickly going through all the expansions, and I was trying to clean them up. So it's still up, by the way. You can jump on Jamfest. It has an accelerated EXP system, and I think right now it's at... I think we're in Prophecy of Ro. I don't think we ever expanded to Serpent Spine. So these are all the expansions available on that server. And the PEQ data just turns into a mess, even as early as DODH. There's a lot of gaps in the earlier stuff too. But anyways, that was one of my old projects. And yeah, the broken links is because we restructured all this stuff and we didn't ever go in and clean them up. So we'll have to do that at a later time. Okay, I know I'm going to go eat. I'm so bad about food. But we're going to go to Skyfire, start up a DZ, and then I can AFK 10 minutes and eat, and then come back, because I'm an addict. Cool. So, click Q. I like insta-clicks. They technically have a spell bar. You see that? Like, for a split second, you see Illusion Stone Gargoyle. Funny. Same thing with Warrior Epic. Oh, that one you didn't actually see, but you can sometimes see it. It says Uproar for like a frame. But yeah, we are 2 augs away from finishing what I was hoping, other than if I can get some really cool augs. And I'm at 9,800 health. I should be at over 10k. What did I miss? Probably this buff. Yep. That's 10,177. And then if I use Imperators and Tenacity, I'm only at 18 Force 97. So I need another 2,000 hit points. Yeah, breaking 20k is a pain. I'd have to be... I gotta be buffed by someone else. What I might be able to do though is find clickies that give hit points, like, you know what I mean, Valor or something. I don't think like the Dane hammer would work. You do have good gear. I'm just hitting a point where, like, with gear, I'm min-maxing because I have nothing better to do. And I'm just waiting on Velius. So don't trade me like a milestone you need to reach or anything like that. Because you don't need anything remotely like what I'm using right now. I'm actually not wearing much plate. I'm actually wearing a lot of caster gear. I mean, I have 420 spell damage, so it's pretty obvious I'm not like walking around with caster stuff. Speaking of, well, no, it's because I have, yeah. Anyways, I'm missing a mob. Get him. And did I get them all? I think so. Okay. I do need to figure out the AA message later, because that would drive me nuts. See, I got a 439 message. No, that's interrupt cast. Never mind. See, on death, I don't know how experience gets sent over. It's weird. It's a weird packet. I'll have to figure it out later. When is Velius? The 27th of December? It's in announcements. I think it's the 27th. In theory, if I'm a wizard with no feign death, feign ability, could I train through mobs, use a stone of marking? So here's the thing, bro. Do you get this with all your classes? A lot of people do. Do you get Summon Companion? Because if you get Summon Companion, bro, just max that. And then keep your either your Improved Familiar up or get a Resupply Agent. And you're done. This gives a 98% chance to fade aggro. Like you saw me just run through all those mobs. Notice I didn't feign death once. That's because I was using Summon Companion. That's my hotkey on Z up here. It's kind of hard to see because my hotbar is so small. But yeah, if you look at these, my hotkey of Z is summon companion. So as I'm running, I just spam that. Yep, this is why we need guides. Anyways, I'm at my spot. I got a 15-minute repop. I'm going to go eat food, relax, and I'll probably be back on. No, I'm not going to be back on. Damn it. I'm done. Again, guys, if you've been hanging out for a good chunk of this, absolutely appreciated. Hopefully I was entertaining. Hopefully you learned something. Because there's a lot to learn. Go touch grass. I do exercise before I hang out, so I do see the sun on occasion. And yeah, everyone have a good one. You're welcome. If you have any other questions, ask away, dude. Occasional sun. Yeah, that's right, Creelan. You got it. I'll see if I can. Okay, so I forgot to ask this as well, but did anyone ever have ads? Is just the ad on the intro now? Or are you getting more ads than just that anymore? Because remember that one day there was all those ads? Nice. Resupply, you could buy. They're called clockwork merchants. So they're only like 5K, 3K, 4K. It's not horrible. But you can also get them through gambling for a lot more than that. So just on the intro, didn't get any, okay, good. So I fixed it. For some reason, my ads got flipped because of whatever. And yeah, I guess maybe one day if I really wanted to like monetize and make lots of money on this or whatever, I'd flip that. But I'd rather you guys just hang out and enjoy and, you know what I mean? Chill. That's really what I treat this like. You know, you guys are just chilling and we're kind of in a virtual guild hanging out. So, little community. We'll hang out. Yeah. All right, so let's see what EQ's up to. Can you extend Bloodlust with spellcasting reinforcement? There's like a... Is it spellcasting reinforcement? One of them does. Yeah, Creelan says yes, so there you go. All right, guys, help me choose. Should we raid Grumpy, Koala, somebody non-THJ, I think those are our choices. No, Jega is on as well. So we got Jega with 5 viewers, Koala with 13, and Grumpy with 16. Which one do you guys think? You want to do Koala? It goes to 11 with 1 AA, I think, a 24 apparently. Yeah, it's those tick whatevers. Also, is my background... No, it looks pretty clear. Anyways. Cool. Let's hit Koala up. That's cool. I'm down. I need to test this. I want to go here and type in /raid Koala 37. Also, can I do a shout out? Let's see. Koala 37. That work? It still says check out Broken Stoic. Has that been up for a while, or is that because I did the shout out? Because I might need to fix my shout out system. Anyways, here's the raid. That has been up. I've been like giving free advertising for this whole time. All right, I have to fix that, obviously. Yeah, that's an alert. That's hilarious. All right, anyways, here's Koala. Let's start a raid. But that's hilarious. I didn't realize that I'm giving free advertising to Koala like all day. But anyways, thanks again for hanging out, guys. Hope you have a good one. Take care.